system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. A new paradigm, new paradigm. United and free.
work tomorrow, be off Sunday, and work Monday. So I'll confirm when I get back out what that looks like for our schedule, so just for planning purposes.
Yes, sir. parties need to approach this further.
Sundays are a big day in work for us generally, so we've got a lot done this morning. So I appreciate your patience in getting this started a little later than usual. First, as always, I'll ask just to make sure everyone was able to abide by the court's admonition, not to let yourself be exposed to the media or not discuss the case among yourselves. Just nod your heads, let you know, nodding your heads. I just need to note that you decided you want to be off Sunday, but do want to work Monday. Is that correct? Again, if any one of you wants to take off Monday as well, we'll do that. If everyone wants to work on Monday, then we'll proceed on Monday. But no one's objecting or all right. Jennifer, pardon, please.
The state will call Jennifer Moody to the stand.
Solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Good morning, Miss Moody.
Good morning.
Can you say your full name for the record?
Jennifer Moody,
And Miss Moody, where are you employed?
the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do at the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office?
The capacity of my current assignment is a fingerprint technician, according to the policy and procedure. It's considered a fingerprint technician.
Okay, and in your role at the Sheriff's Office as a fingerprint technician, what do you do?
Each morning I collect all of the police reports, accompanied by the disposition forms and the fingerprint cards from all the arresting agencies. First, they're sorted by date, and then they're sorted by agency after having checked to make sure the names match, the names on the fingerprint cards match the name on the reports. The charges are according to what the report says, and the ORI, that's original reporting incident, or the origin reporting incident, matches the agency for which the paperwork is going to go to.
Okay, and for what purposes do you have to go through all of those steps?
It's basically a quality assurance to make sure that all of the charges that we submit on behalf of other agencies are correct and accurate.
Okay, thank you. And who operates the Hamilton County Jail? What entity?
Oh, the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and when a person is charged with a crime, are they required to be fingerprinted?
That's correct.
Does that occur at the jail?
It does.
Can you describe that process to the jury?
That's correct. We use what's called a TENS machine. It's a digital machine provided by DataWorks, and they are an integrated software provider for criminal justice agencies. And so each fingerprint, if each finger is scanned digitally with a print of the, what they call a slap, that's the hand being placed flat, the full hand being placed flat, accompanied by a palm, just the lower palm, and then the upper palm.
And how are those records kept at the sheriff's office?
They're kept digitally.
Okay.
They're
And,
collected digitally and stay collected digitally.
okay, and do you have any other job responsibilities when it comes to the fingerprints that are collected from individuals being booked at the jail?
No.
Okay. I'm going to approach with a document. Do you recognize those two pieces of paper?
These appear to be a front and back copy of a fingerprint card.
Fingerprint card from the Hamilton County Jail?
That's correct, yes.
And I'm going to, is this a record that is kept in the normal course of the sheriff's office business when
That's
it comes to
correct.
operating the jail?
Yes,
And do you have access to these records?
I do.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that this be State's Exhibit 212.
12.
All right, I'm going to show these records to the jury behind you. If you could, you can use either, but I'm going to be pointing to the screen behind you. Is this first page, the page that you're looking at, which was that first print sample that you described?
That's correct. The bottom right and left-hand corners are what I described as the slap that is taken, and then the top ones are each individual finger.
Okay, and specifically, who are the prints taken by?
The booking officers.
Okay, are the booking officers required to insert the inmate's information into these print cards?
That's correct. Initially, they're entered into what's called CJIS. That's a criminal justice information system, so that they're on file for our records. And then those records are then imported into the machine prior to the prints being taken.
And who inputs the information about the inmate?
The booking officer.
All of it?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and you can see on this print card, there's a name, Chen, Jason. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then do you see a social security number?
Just below the name, that's
Would
correct.
that be the social security number attached to Mr. Chen?
That's correct.
And then you look down, you see his date of birth, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then can you describe for the jury what's over to the right of that, the M, the A, the numbers?
That is what's called an FBI number.
No, I'm sorry, if you'll look up to the screen, this part.
Oh, the M is the sex, the A is the race, and then the 601 is going to be the subject's height. The 170 is going to be the subject's weight. And then the BRO is the eye color, and then the BLK is the hair color.
Okay, and you were about to describe the FBI number, what is that?
Oh, the FBI number appears in that, well, it's not on that card yet. That would be, the FBI number would be in this box right here. It had not yet been assigned because prints had just been submitted. But the state control number is what's in the box to the left of the date of birth.
And how is the state control number correlate with the defendant listed?
It's an identifying number assigned by the TBI, and then the number that's not yet been generated is the FBI. Each agency gives an identifying number to each record.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And then the second page of that exhibit 212, what do we see here?
The top two dates, the top one is a date the subject was fingerprinted. The block below it is the date the date the offense occurred. Sometimes those dates will be different depending on the circumstance.
And could it be different than a date of an offense of a crime if they are at some point charged with another crime and have to be fingerprinted again?
That could be one of the instances. Another instance is if we had a subject come in on serious felony charges that were extremely combative to the point that we had to allow a cooling down period of maybe a day before the subject could actually be printed.
Okay.
That's what would cause the discrepancy.
Okay. Are you aware in this case, and you may not be, are you aware in this case that Mr. Chen had been charged with 2 counts?
I am by the, no, I was not aware.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then let's go down on this sheet of paper. What does this represent? 2756HS.
That is the badge number following by HS for Hamilton Sheriff. The 4 digits are the identifying badge number for the officer that had obtained the prints.
Okay. And then underneath that is what?
The charge for which the prints were taken.
Okay. And then residence is just simply what the defendant lists as their location of
That's
residence.
correct, yes.
Is that right? For these prints that were taken by 2756HS badge number, did you go through the quality assurance process?
That's correct.
And you do that for every set of prints?
Every set of prints.
In fact, that's your primary job, is that
That
correct?
is correct.
Okay, nothing further, Judge.
Is that Officer Moody or Miss Moody?
I'm a deputy. I'm in a sworn capacity, so it's deputy officer, whichever.
I apologize for that.
That's okay.
I wasn't sure if I missed the introduction. How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
25 years.
Okay. And how long have you worked in the Fingerprint Division?
2 years.
And so you were working there in November of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. When did you actually start in the Fingerprint Division?
February of 22.
Okay. And very, very limited questions for you here.
Sure.
Were there any cards that you were able to access for Mr. Chen prior to November of 2022?
Not to my knowledge.
And are you aware if he's been fingerprinted through the Sheriff's Office any more since November of 2022?
Not that I've noticed.
Okay. Is that the only record that you had for the purposes of your testimony here today?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Jury have any questions for Ms. Moody? All right, thank you, Ms. Moody. You may step down. Go ahead, Ms. Moody.
Your Honor, say we'll call Lieutenant David Franklin.
Lieutenant Franklin. Lieutenant Franklin.
Solemnly swear from the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, ma'am.
Will you state your full name just for the court's record?
That's correct. David Franklin, Franklin.
And Lieutenant Franklin, where are you currently employed?
The Chattanooga Police Department.
What's your current role at the Chattanooga Police Department?
I'm the lieutenant of the Family Justice Center.
What is that?
Family Justice Center houses our Special Victims Unit and our Juvenile Missing Persons team, along with other roles for the city of Chattanooga. They have stuff for domestic violence and for abused children, and has our child advocacy center.
What position were you in at the Chattanooga Police Department before you became a lieutenant at the Family Justice Center?
The previous 13 years, 3 years I was in the late print unit, and the last 10 years I was a supervisor of the unit.
Okay, let's go back through your employment history with the Chattanooga Police Department. When did you join the police department?
2005,
And in what capacity were you at that time?
a patrol officer,
How long were you a patrol officer at the police department?
approximately 4 years.
And then what was the next division at the police department that you moved into?
The latent fingerprint unit,
Does that go by any other names?
APHIS unit,
What does APHIS stand for?
automated fingerprint identification system.
What are the job responsibilities of a, would your title have been investigator in the APHIS division or?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, what are the job responsibilities of an investigator in the APHIS unit?
We receive friction ridge scan evidence from crime scenes. We manually prepare that evidence to known individuals. We notify the investigator of our findings. We write reports. At times we can process items of evidence from crime scenes, and then when necessary, we testify in court.
Okay, and at some point, did you move up into a supervisory role in the APHIS unit?
Yes, ma'am, 2012.
And what position did you move into?
The sergeant of the unit.
What makes the difference between an investigator that you would have become in 2009 versus moving up a couple of years later into the sergeant position?
I oversee all the operations of the APHIS unit.
How many individuals are employed in the APHIS unit?
Currently, there is 3.
And are all of those sworn law enforcement officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in 2022, what position were you in?
2002,
2022.
22, the sergeant of the unit.
Okay. How many people were underneath you at that time?
There were 2.
Okay. Let's go through your educational history and your training history. Do you have to be specially trained to be a latent print examiner at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe, first of all, do you have a bachelor's degree, sir?
Yes, ma'am, criminal justice.
Okay, thank you. And can you describe, going back in time to when you first were in the APHIS unit, what training was required to be in the APHIS unit and be a latent print examiner?
Okay. For 2 years, the latent fingerprint unit, you're basically in training. You're learning. So I trained under another certified latent print examiner. That examiner was certified by the International Association for Identification. I trained under him. During that time, I attended a school put on by the National Institute of Justice, the National Forensic Science and Technology Center. It was in Largo, Florida. It consisted of 12 different modules, 11 different modules of instruction. And in between that coursework, you had to do additional coursework and assignments and pass tests, of course. I completed that school, and during my time as latent print examiner, I completed over 300 hours to continue education in latent fingerprint examination.
That first training program in latent print examiner training program is how it's described on your resume. That was a long training, was it not?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recall? What months?
It was a total of 10 weeks, but it was spread out over several months.
Okay. And in those 10 weeks, did you have to have training, a certain amount of hours of training in different types of subjects that deal with fingerprint examination?
Yes, ma'am. Each week was 40 hours.
Okay. And you testified that since then there's been over 300 hours of training. Does some of that training include IAI conferences?
Yes, ma'am.
You just mentioned it for the jury. What is IAI?
It's the largest professional organization in the world. It houses latent fingerprints, DNA, serology.
Do you recall how many times you've attended IAA training since 2010?
I would say pretty much since 2012, every year except the last 2 years, I've attended that conference.
Okay. Has your training been ongoing from 2010 when you went to the original latent print examiner training program? Was your training ongoing through your time in the APHIS unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that required by the Chattanooga Police Department?
No, but it is required by the IAI. You have to have continued training hours to keep your certification. You have to recertify over 5 years.
Okay, so you can't just be certified and not worry about your training for 10, 15 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you just testified about certification. Who certifies you as a latent print examiner?
The IAI, International Association for Identification.
Do you have to be certified to work in this capacity at the Chattanooga Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are the other 2 individuals that work in the APHIS unit also certified?
Currently, one other person is.
And who is that?
Sergeant Siders.
Salyers?
Yes, ma'am.
What are some things, what are some subject areas that your training has focused on over the years when it comes to fingerprint examination?
Processing items of evidence, determining sufficiency of latent impressions, tell the difference in distortion, of the pressures of the blood, biology of the skin, the history of latent fingerprint examination, the list goes on.
And after you were certified as a latent print examiner, were you recertified after those 5-year periods?
Yes, ma'am. I've recertified twice.
2016 and 2021?
I believe it was 2017 and 22, I believe those are the dates.
What types of cases at the Chattanooga Police Department does the APHIS unit work?
All crimes.
From burglary to a homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And at whose request do you examine fingerprints?
It's when the officers or investigative units submits cases to our office.
In your years in the APHIS unit, both as an investigator and as sergeant, how many fingerprints would you say that you reviewed?
Items of evidence I've looked at for impressions, probably over 10,000 comparisons. Actually comparing a latent print and a known print, well over 300,000.
300,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there any type of peer review process at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes, we follow a scientific process known as ACE-B, which requires verification.
So would that mean that after you examine prints, if you're able to make an identification, somebody else would have to verify that identification?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is that a nationally known procedure?
It's a standard that we follow.
Does IAA require it?
No, SWIG-FAST, which is Scientific Working Group for Friction Ridge Analysis Study of Technology, provides standards, and that's one of their standards.
Okay, so the IAI doesn't even require it, but the Chattanooga Police Department still does that?
That's right.
Okay. And is the methodology that you use in fingerprint examination, is that accepted nationwide?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I would tender this expert as an expert in APHIS and fingerprint examination.
Any objection?
No objection.
Let the witness be recognized as an expert in APHIS and latent print analysis and examination.
Okay. So let's talk to the jury about fingerprints, Lieutenant. Just in general, before we get to the case at hand, okay? Are fingerprints similarly to DNA unique to each person?
Yes, we have an additional thing where DNA, if you have identical twins, you can't tell the difference. Well, even identical twins have specific fingerprints just for that person.
Nobody in the world has the same fingerprints as another person.
No, ma'am. Your fingerprints are above the womb, about the 12th week in utero. There's numerous stresses and strain, the rise and lowering of your molar pads on your fingers, biological history. They can never be a duplicate. That's why no one will ever have the same exact fingerprint.
Okay, and what about the different prints on each of our fingers? Are any of our fingers contain the same prints?
The basic, so the basic three types, you have arches that come in one side and arching on the other side. You have whorl patterns that are whorls, and you have what's called loops, which flow in one side and back the other. So we all have those three, but your individual characteristics, what we call level 2, minutia, you may hear minutia or ridgevents, those are particularly common to you.
Okay, let's talk in more detail about some of those words you just used. Minutia, what is that?
Minutia is ridge events. So, like I said, those characteristics, we look at fingerprints. So your ridges aren't just smooth, straight lines. They bifurcate, which means your ridge will go along and bifurcate into two separate ridges. You have a ridge that comes on and comes through like a ridge ending, and then there's simply as a dot, which a ridge is basically a ridge event that's as wide as it is long, or a combination of those three.
Okay, and you just mentioned ridge ends and bifurcations. Are those well-known terms in the fingerprint examination field?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there, you mentioned loops, arches, and whorls. Are those the three most common identifying factors in fingerprint examination?
Yes, ma'am. Loops are predominantly the majority of your fingerprints. Whorls is the second, and then your last about 5% are arches.
And you sort of already answered this, but can our fingerprints change over time in terms of age or if your body changes?
No, back to when you're in the utero, the molar pads recess, your fingerprints are set. They don't change throughout your entire life unless they're altered by like disease or scarring. But once you scar the basal layer, which is the basic template of your skin, that scar will replicate the rest of your life, so it's even more unique.
Okay, thank you. And did you prepare some demonstrative PowerPoint slides for the jury to help us understand this complicated field?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay. Behind you, I'm going to show the jury this slide, and I'm going to ask you, are there two separate types of methods to process fingerprint evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Using the slide, can you talk to the jury about the two separate methods that are used nationwide?
Y'all may have sat down, so I know something.
Felix, if you could turn to the microphone.
Yeah.
And Lieutenant, if you would like to use this one.
So what you see on the screen here is processing techniques, items for evidence. So depending on what kind of surface you have and what is secreted from the skin determines what kind of process you use. Predominantly what we use is basic fingerprint powder. So you'll see this here on the left. I'm sure you've seen on TV shows, CSI, and all the cool shows, this basic fingerprint powder. And all that doing is adhering to the sweat and the eccrine stuff that's deposited your skin on that surface. However, we also could do a super glue fuming, which really On plastic surfaces, other stuff is more suitable for this because it really fixates the print in, so you can use that. However, there's another process on here I forgot to put up there is if it's so these are all for non-porous surfaces. If you pour water on this table here, your fingerprint residue or the water on the surface would stay on top of that surface. Same thing with your fingerprint residue. If I touch this, the residue from my skin will stay on that surface. So we use these basic two to process. However, I touch my file folder here. That's a non-porous surface, right? If I pour water on this paper, it's going to be absorbed in, so we use a chemical process to process that.
Okay, and is one of these techniques considered more reliable than the other?
Not necessarily. They're both. It depends on the case and what they examine, what kind of surface and what is secreted from the skin. But predominantly, your cyanoacrylate or super glue fuming is more stable.
And what was being used in 2022 at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Both of these processes.
Okay, and in the case of State of Tennessee versus Jason Chen, was one of these utilized?
Yes, we use the cyanoacrylate.
Okay, so that photo on the left of that machine that none of us have ever seen before, except for you most likely, do you have one of those in the Chattanooga?
Yeah, we actually, this exact model.
Okay, perfect. I think you can sit it back down for another second, and then you might want to get up again. I want to move into defining some important fingerprint terms for the jury before we get into the evidence. You mentioned ACE-V. What is ACE-V?
ACE-V is an acronym for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification. It's the process we use to compare a known print to a latent print.
Okay, and does the A, C, E, and V stand for anything?
Yes, it stands for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification.
Okay, and is that a term that's used nationwide by examiners?
That's correct.
Is that the official process for examining with validity fingerprint?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let's go to known impressions or 10-point cards. Your PowerPoint's on the screen behind you. What are known impressions or 10-print cards as they could be called?
Known impressions are an intentional recording of the friction-rich skin, and this can be done a couple of ways. But the predominant way we do that is black printer's ink. You just roll on the finger, and you'd roll that nail to nail on a contrasting surface such as a 10-print card to record that friction-rich skin. Your top 10 boxes are your rolled, and the bottom box is where we call the plane impression for the printout simultaneously. Or you could use basically what we call a live scan device. And a live scan device is basically a flat bed scanner that does the same thing. It just takes images instead of ink.
Do you know which one the jail uses?
The gel uses the hemicone gel uses a live scan device.
Okay. And this basically is when fingerprints are purposefully taken
Correct.
from a subject.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, the next slide, latent prints. So this is the other kind of fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe these for the jury?
So latent prints are accidental or unintentional reproductions of that same friction-rich skin from secretions in your skin or a contaminant. Your body secretes mostly sweat, but it also has anchorin, amino acids, some other chemicals. Or you could touch a potato chip bag or get a contaminant on your hand and touch a surface, and that will reproduce that friction-rich skin.
Thank you. Are some latent prints better than others?
Oh, yes.
And can you describe that for the jury?
So there's different qualities.
We're going to turn the mic face a little better.
Yes, sir. So every recording of a latent impression is not a true recording of your friction screen because it depends on what's deposited, how long it's deposited. Or you like me, like in the middle of winter, you'll still sweat. I also leave better prints behind. And then so there's different qualities and quantity of details present based on several factors.
Okay, is part of your job determining the value of latent prints?
Yeah, so back to the ACE-V, your analysis stage is the first stage. We'll look and analyze the print. Is there sufficient quantity of those level 2 details, those bifurcations, those ridge endings, those dots, level 3 details, which is called edgeoscopy, which is the outer edges of those ridges they're not smooth lines either. They actually have peaks and valleys, like a mountain range. So all that we're looking at in the analysis phase.
Okay, so would you say that there are latent prints often located that are not of the quality that can be used for comparison?
Yes,
Okay. Does that happen often?
yes, it happened in this case.
Okay. What can affect, you've mentioned this a couple times, but what can affect the value of a latent print?
You're talking about how clear it is, basically, what it affected is basically not how fresh it is, but if there's any slippage or how hard deposition pressure was or sliding, what kind of surface. Obviously, this table is a better surface to develop prints on, whereas like your new items, your refrigerators, your stuff in your home, your cars are basically repellent to fingerprints. They're made because you don't want to see those fingerprints anywhere.
Okay. What about liquid?
Yeah, liquid's not very conducive to fingerprints.
Okay. When analyzing latent prints with known impressions, what do you begin looking for at the very initial part of your examination?
So that's when you move from the analysis phase. So once you leave the analysis phase, you determine there's a sufficient quantity of details present. Then you determine that print's of value. If not, you say the print's no value, you stop. So then you go into the comparison stage. I take those level 2 details, those bifurcations, those ridgings and dots, and then any scars or angioscopy, you compare that to a similar location in a known print. Then you'll compare all the latent images, all the ridges in the latent image to all the ridges in the known print.
Okay. Is there a computerized system that can assist in potential matches between latent prints and known impressions?
The APHIS machine can give you a list of candidates compared to correct.
Okay. Is there any technology on a computer that you use when you're analyzing latent prints compared to known impressions?
No, we don't. We typically use just 2 loops, which is 2 magnifying glasses, or we can use like Adobe Photoshop and put both images up there that way.
So sometimes you use Adobe Photoshop.
That's correct.
Was Adobe Photoshop used in this case?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there, when you're examining prints, do you prefer to have the original print to use for examination?
That's correct.
Can you explain that to the jury?
So every examiner looks at latent print wants the original image to look at. I mean, there's obviously, I'll be honest and transparent, there's errors out there. The Jeremy Mayfield case where they erroneously ID'd someone because they had a copy of a copy of a copy of an image.
The quality could decrease if as copies go on.
Correct.
Okay. And so, I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So ACE-V, we've gone through analysis, comparison, and then evaluation. It's probably fairly obvious, but what's the evaluation?
So the evaluation stage, the examiner can come to one of 3 conclusions. He can say he's made an identification, which is basically he or she is stating the latent and the known print came from the same source. Or he can say he's made an exclusion, which means the latent print and the known print did not come from the same source. And lastly, they can say they're inconclusive, which means they can't tell one way or the other whether it did or did not come from the same source.
In your job in the APHIS unit, did you often come up with each of those 3 conclusions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the last one in ACE-V, verification, what is that?
So once you've completed your analysis, your comparison, your evaluation, you'll turn the case over to another independent certified examiner who do their own analysis, comparison, and evaluation.
And that was done in this case?
Yes, done all our cases.
Okay, thank you. Now let's move on to this case, the reason why you're here. In 2022, you were the sergeant in the APHIS unit, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What were your responsibilities as a sergeant in that unit?
I was working our majority of our most violent cases. I had the most experience, and then I would also be tasked by the homicide unit to process items of evidence.
Was there, or is there still, a way that cases are distributed to fingerprint examiners in the APHIS unit at the police department?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
So they come in, we have red lock boxes, so we kind of keep bias out, so the officers or the investigators or crime scene investigators will put those cases in a red lock box. We'll go every morning, open that red lock box, take them out, sign them, and they'll all sign cases based on what type of crime there is.
Okay. In this case, were you asked to analyze certain items to potentially locate latent prints?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what those items were?
Yes, it was 3 black garbage bags and 2 sets of handcuffs. And I did have the chance to look at the suitcase for suitability for fingerprints.
Okay, were there also 2 vehicles that you retrieved
Yes, ma'am.
latent prints from?
And I believe a Toyota, and then, y'all may look at my notes real quick. And a Toyota and a Chevy.
Okay, and jumping ahead and then we'll come back. After an evaluation, do you issue a report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in this case, did you issue a report that specifically related to the Chevrolet, the Toyota, and the garbage bags?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Let's first talk about the Chevy. Do you recall what kind of Chevrolet?
No, ma'am.
Did you actually take the prints off?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Our crime scene unit processed the
Okay.
vehicles.
Were you able to locate any prints or did the prints that you received from crime scene, were you able to observe any latent prints that you could use for analysis and comparison?
Yeah, they submitted 4 separate impressions, lifts off the vehicle, and one of those lifts had a latent notice of value to compare to a known individual.
Do you recall where on the Chevrolet that latent print with value was?
The front passenger door,
The front passenger door.
the exterior.
Okay. And was a comparison made for that print?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a positive identification made?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that person?
It was made by Mr. Jim Cooper.
Why did so to make a comparison, you have to have known impressions and the latent prints, correct?
Correct.
Because if you don't have one, you have to compare 2 different things. Why did CPD have Jim Cooper's fingerprints?
So all our impressions are run through that APHIS database. It gives a list of candidates compared to. So you're fingerprinted for numerous reasons, for applying for a job, you might be a teacher, a lawyer. There's numerous reasons why you're fingerprinted and it's collected.
So that latent print went into the APHIS system and it came back as a positive match with Jim Cooper.
Correct.
Do you have any knowledge of Jim Cooper's involvement in this case?
No, ma'am. When in our late print unit, we stay back and try not to figure out who was involved.
Okay. And then let's talk about the Toyota Camry. Were there observable satisfactory prints on the Toyota Camry?
Yeah, there was 3 late impressions submitted, and of those 3, 1 was a value. Excuse me, 2 were a value.
Was there also a palm print from the Toyota Camry that was of value?
That's correct.
Okay, so 2 fingerprints and a palm print were of value?
So each of the lifts, 2 lifts, had multiple impressions of value.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're correct.
And on that Toyota, were you able to identify where the latent prints on the Toyota were observed?
Yes, ma'am. The front driver's side hood and the front driver's, the second lift from the front driver's side hood, exterior.
And who did those, were you able to come back with identification on those prints?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were those prints?
Investigator Crawford's.
Okay. Is it common in criminal investigations to locate a investigator's fingerprints on an item of evidence?
Yes, officers' first job is right for preservation of life. So they're trying to save someone, or they're trying to get someone in custody. It may be an officer safety issue. They don't have time right away to put gloves on, so it happens quite frequently.
Okay. And now I'd like to specifically focus on the garbage bags. I'm going to show you, Lieutenant, what's already been identified or placed into evidence is Exhibit 185. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
What's depicted in the photo?
This is our crime scene processing bay with the bags hanging out to dry.
And in fact, is that you in that photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you told where the bags were collected from?
That's correct.
Where, to your knowledge, where were those bags collected from?
They had held Jasmine Pace's body.
Okay. And I want to clarify something. Investigator Schubert's testified already, and it became confusing to me. the order in which the bags were numbered or identified. The three garbage bags have already been entered into evidence as 182, 183, and 184. However, the labeling, first of all, do you know who did the labeling in this case?
I believe she did.
Okay. One of them says that it's number 1, front most exterior. So do you know which bag that would have been around Jasmine's body?
From the documentation I received, number 1 was the most exterior bag, number 2 was the middle, and the bag she labeled 3 was the closest to the body.
Okay. From the outside in, 1, 2, 3.
Correct.
And so this one says number 2 middle, and then this one says number 3 back. It's slightly confusing. I'm assuming it's number 3, but do you know why I would say number 3 back?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, it's just labeled confusing.
Yeah, I believe so. It is. That was Investigator Booker who put those back in the bags. I'm not sure how she let them. When she passed the evidence on to me, I wrote down in my notes which bag she told me was in relation to the body, and that's when I did my investigation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to locate latent prints on any of these garbage bags?
Yes, 2 of the bags.
2 of the bags. Do you recall which bags?
Bag number 1, which was the furthest from the body, had 4, and then the bag that was closest, most interior bag, the interior of that bag had 1.
Okay. And were any of those latent prints of value, high enough quality to be examined for comparison purposes?
Only 1 set.
And what set were those?
That was lift A.
Where was lift A on the bags?
The exterior of the 3rd bag.
Okay. And can you describe at this point in any detail the quality of those latent prints that you just described as lift A on the 3rd bag?
So the quality of these images, for the latents in that case, I would consider a medium low to medium high quality. It did have some slippage or distortion at the very end, but the core of the impression was really clear. So I would, based on me looking at the prints, I'd say medium low to medium high quality.
Lieutenant, I'm going to hand you 4 photos, ask you to look at them, tell me if you recognize them. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What are those photos of?
These are photographs of the image of the latents that are of value.
From
Comparison.
From garbage bag number 3.
From garbage bag number 3, correct.
That you were able to compare to known impressions.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these be collected exhibit 213.
Four pics.
Yes, Your Honor. Using exhibit 213 behind you, can you describe for the jury, and you're welcome to use the laser pointer if you like, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photo with a DF number 1011A on it?
So DF1011 is my initials and my badge number, and this is image A, so we document sequentially, so if there's more images, we're going to B, C, D, and so forth. We've had scale tape in because when you take a photograph, you want a true one-to-one image of the latent, you're going to compare it. And then down here you see the 2 fingerprint impressions that were laid down simultaneously, which means at the same time. This has been super glue fumed, so your ridges you're seeing up here on the screen, these white, that's the actual friction-rich skin. And the black is actually the furrow, which was in between the fingerprints.
Okay. I'm sorry, was there more you wanted to
Well,
identify?
you also see some voids. Someone explain what those voids are. That's the substrate that it's on. The bag creates voids. And there's also pockets. It's like if you have anything plastic that's crumpled up, it'll create voids in the bag.
That's what the black marks are that have no white in them?
Correct.
Okay. Second page, actually, let me go to the, I'm sorry, this is the second and the third page. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
So these are my markings where I determine the prints are of value. We'll mark the upper portion of it, and we'll put our complaint number and which number we put on it. So these are marked with our complaint number, and they're images 6 and 7. And then also in this image, it has been reversed. So previously the slide, can you go back one slide?
Yes, sir.
These ridges are white. Well, most examiners, we want to see black ridges, which are your brain's used to seeing. So we're going to be Photoshop and just invert the colors. All we did was invert the white image to the black images. If you go to the next slide, the ridges are not black.
Okay. And what's the significance of the numbers that have -06 and -07 at the end? The -07 is a little harder to see, it's right under the ruler.
06, 07, so we previously on the Chevy and Toyota had the images or latents of 101, and 2, 3, 4, 5. So when I got the bag, this would be limited images, the latent images 06 and 07.
Were 06 and 07 what were used to make a positive identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm also going to show you, I'm going to go to a fourth slide here. This was the fourth photo in exhibit number 213. Can you, using this photo and this slide, can you explain any further about that photo?
It's the same image I showed you before without the markings. So it's just the ridges have been inverted from the cyanide to black. So the ridges are black. And this I have my markings on yet. I haven't marked it yet. This is what as we photographed that day, this is what the image looked like.
I understand. I'm going to hand you what has already been admitted into evidence as exhibits 198 and 199. There's 2 documents with each of those exhibits. Can you look at those? Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, it's known impressions.
Okay, and I've got it on the screen here. This is exhibit 198. There's 2 pages. These are the 2 pages. Are you familiar with Investigator Martis?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he often, did he, when he was at the Chattanooga Police Department before he retired, take known impressions from individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you recognize these as the known impression print cards that were taken from Jason Chen?
Yes, I was present that day.
You were present when Mr. Chen was fingerprinted?
Investigator Martin is correct.
Yes, okay. And you'd agree that these are the 4 cards collected from Mr. Chen on that day at the police department?
Yes, ma'am.
Were these print cards, were these known impressions what you used for comparison?
That's correct.
Okay. So explain that to the jury. When they now see the known impressions in the same set of slides as they see the latents. So explain that comparison process.
So then we would go back to our office. We would put the latent impression on the screen and the known impression. We take those cluster, those level 2, level 3 details I was telling you about, the bifurcations, ringing dots. I would look for that first in the latent impression. Then I would look for that in a similar location in the known impression. So then you would compare all the ridge events, all those ridges you saw on the screen previously on that latent image, and compare it to all the ridges in the known impression.
How lengthy of a process is this?
It takes a long time to base on how quality and quantity the details are.
Okay. And based on your examination, you testified that there's only 3 options, that there's a positive identification, that you can exclude the known impression from being the same individual as the latent, or inconclusive, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And in this case, when we talked about -06 and -07 on one of the latent print photos, were you able to make a positive identification?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 212. collective. Would you agree that this is a different print card than the prints collected by Investigator Martis
Yes, this is a live scan recording of the group scan.
from the Hamilton County Jail?
Yes,
Did you use, for your either investigative purposes or for your testimony today, did you use the Hamilton County Jail prints?
I did use it to create a chart.
Would that be a chart to help the jury understand identification?
That's correct, ma'am,
Okay. And is this something that you often do?
for every case.
Okay, thank you. Do you recognize those documents?
That's correct.
What are those?
This is the chart that I created for court purposes.
And did you create two charts?
That's correct.
Explain what those two charts are and why you created two of them.
So one chart has the latent impression 06 and 07 marked up with those minutiae, those ridge events. And the second chart has the prints bearing Jason Chen's prints with corresponding ridge events.
And again, why'd you do that with two separate prints?
So you can see for yourself how they matched up.
In two separate sets of prints?
And two separate sets of prints, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that these be admitted as, I believe, 214.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I can staple them. The display for the jury. The second page of Exhibit 214. So, describe for the jury, Kara, what we're looking at.
So this is a live scan image of those 10 print cards you saw, the ones that the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office took. So this is the left ring and left middle finger from that 10 print card on the screen of Jason Chen's.
Okay. And I apologize, that is just a demonstrative exhibit. This photo is the first page of Exhibit 214. Well, it doesn't have our PowerPoint has gotten rid of your, one second, Judge. Might have to do this a little bit different because of how PowerPoint presentation is working, Lieutenant Franklin.
Yes, ma'am.
You need the document can.
I might have to, we'll see if this works here. Your Honor, I'll have to use the document cam. I apologize, Lieutenant Franklin. Some of it didn't show up in PowerPoint.
No problem.
Okay. Yep. All right, so here's that slide with the numbers that are going to be helpful for the jury. Can you describe for the jury in this 214 exhibit what we're seeing?
So once again, you have the two latent impressions. You have latent 06, latent 07. Then you have the corresponding ridge features that are marked. Those minutiae, once again, bifurcations, red endings, dots, with red arrows going to those associated numbers. So in this image here, you have 20 ridge events that are marked.
And are those 20 ridge events what you were able to look at and then match to a certain person's fingerprints?
That's correct.
And is that certain person Jason Chen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this a common practice, a common demonstrative exhibit in your examinations?
Yes, when I testify in court, I always prepare a chart for the jury.
Okay. In every case, are there 20 ridge points? Is that the right term?
It depends on the latent impression.
Can there be less than that?
Oh, yes.
Can there be less than 20 with a positive identification?
Yes, if the scientific working group for Richard's analysis study technology has a sophisticacy chart that basically gives you a guideline if your quality or latent is better or less, how many ridge events you need to affect an identification.
How many ridge events do you need to affect a valid identification?
1983, the IEI, which looks into every body, determined there's no scientific proof for a set number of ridge events to affect an ID. Depends on each examiner's training, experience, and knowledge. With that said, certain labs or agencies will have a threshold. We do not have a threshold. There are agencies out there that may have a threshold of 10 or 12 and so forth.
What do you feel comfortable with?
It's each case is specific.
Okay, in this case, you feel comfortable with 20 ridge events.
I've never seen anybody have 20 ridge events in common that's not been the person we identified it to. There's no one's had 20 ridge events that match up.
Thank you. And then the other page to Exhibit 214. Tell the jury what we're seeing here.
So these are the known images of Jason Chen's left ring and left middle finger, and that's the corresponding ridge events that match the previous slide of the latent impression. So you have, once again, you have 20 ridge events. And that's not all 20 that match, but this is 20 that mark on the chart.
Understood. Let's go back to the report that you prepare that memorializes your findings. Is that a copy of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you prepare a report such as that in all your cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be Exhibit 215. We're going to show it to the jury lieutenant. Hopefully we can go back to PowerPoint. Your Honor, DVD. Okay. Is this part of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I didn't want to get it too small, so I separated it into two slides. So this is slightly complicated because, everybody else is not used to these type of reports. So let's go through this. When it says submissions, what are we talking about with submissions?
Anything that was submitted on the case for us to look at, either latent prints or known impressions from individuals.
Okay, and you had testified that the Chevrolet, the Toyota, and the garbage bags were presented to you in this case.
That's correct.
And then the other items, real briefly, because you mentioned the other items that you also examined for prints. Were you able to make any positive identification on any of those items?
No, neither item had any impressions or latents to compare or even look at.
Okay, thank you. And then the known impressions that you have, were you able to add that to your report after positive identification was made?
That's correct.
Okay. And on the photo of the latent prints on garbage bags, you would agree it says DF1011A, A through E here.
Yes, ma'am.
But those photos showed DF1011A, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then we go down to analysis, and you can see KMBA. You've put Chevy above that. What does this represent here?
That's the lift that was a value that I could compare to another individual. That was off lift of KMBA, which Kristen Booker at the time, that was her lift.
And can you explain what the 22-128018-1-01 is?
That's the complaint number from the top, and then that is latent 01.
So we're using that number to identify this particular latent print.
Correct.
Okay, and then the Toyota, we see here, as you described, front driver's side hood, exterior, presented 3 impressions. And we can see that says 02 to 04 after that complaint number.
Correct.
That's because there were 02, 03 prints identified.
3 prints, that's correct.
Okay, and then MJ 74585, document is being recovered off the front driver's side hood. Again, now this is 05.
Correct.
A fourth, and this was also Investigator Crawford's.
Yes, it was.
02 to 05 were Investigator Crawford's.
02 to 05 were Investigator Crawford's.
Okay. Now we're going to go to the next page when you start at the top. Here, now you get to garbage bags,
Correct.
and you can see the DF1011A, which is reflective of the bag and the identification on the garbage bag.
Correct.
Okay. Document is being recovered off garbage bags. Exterior presented 2 impressions. Those are the impressions you've testified to. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. And then your conclusion section at the end here is where you make your identifications and you report them in your official APHIS section examination report.
That's correct.
So what you had previously testified to was the fingerprint on the passenger side door of the Toyota was Jim Cooper's.
Correct.
The fingerprints found, the only examinable fingerprints found on the Toyota were from Investigator Crawford.
That's correct.
And then the 2 prints of quality to examine from that garbage bag around the body of Jasmine Pace were made by who?
Were made by Jason Chen. The prints of value were made by Jason Chen.
The prints that were not of value that you received or that you were able to extract from the other bags, they were,
They can be compared.
okay. I believe that's it with this witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, Lieutenant Fingerprint. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am. How you doing?
Good, thank you. Just a couple of things that I wanted to clarify. In this case, you have created a report. Thank you. All right, finding like the document came in. Show you what's 215 here. This report was issued, I'm going to assume January 3rd, 2023, correct?
It was written then.
Okay. And who did the verification of your report?
Sergeant Siders.
Okay. And does he have a separate report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's not included within your report. His
No, ma'am.
would be individual, correct?
Correct.
Just to draw your attention, I'm going to show you also what was marked as Exhibit 214. You've indicated that the numbers here, actually before we move to 214, still on 215, you've indicated that there is a complaint number 22128018.
Correct.
Is that correct? And down here under the garbage bag, there's the same number, 22128018, and then it has the -6 and 7. What does that mean?
It means latent impression 06 and 07.
And so that would mean prints that were picked up from the bags.
Correct.
Okay. Now, drawing your attention to 214, and I'll start with page 1. There's a number up here that is listed as 22128019-0609. What does that mean?
So 06 was the latent impression 06. 09 is a clerical error. It should have been 07 on the screen.
Okay. Is the 19 also a clerical error?
Yes,
for
ma'am.
the case number? So
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
three.
Well, you're in the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint had the correct information. This was outdated.
Okay. So it should be 22128018-0607.
07, correct, ma'am.
Okay. And so that would match the 2 examinations that you've performed in 215, which were
Correct.
signified as 6
Yes.
and 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Where were those latent prints obtained?
On the back or
Yes, on the back.
on the exterior most, the third bag, most exterior bag, on the exterior, not the interior, but the exterior of that bag.
So the prints were from the outside of the most exterior bag.
Correct, ma'am.
Now, you mentioned earlier that the testing that you did in 214 was used with prints from the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office. Or did I misunderstand that?
That was used to complete the chart.
To complete the chart. And to clarify, do you use the Sheriff's Office prints for every case or make the chart for every case?
Make a chart for every case.
Okay. And so this was typical work that you do, or that you did do while you were in the APIS unit.
That's correct, ma'am.
Did you use the Chattanooga Police Department prints or the Sheriff's Office prints for your investigation?
We used, to make the actual ID, we used the prints, the major case prints that Investigator Martis submitted.
Okay. And you were present for those prints being obtained?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Now, the prints that were used from the Sheriff's Office, were you present for those prints being obtained?
No, ma'am.
While doing your testing on these prints, did you have any instances where there was difficulty for you matching or processing the prints?
No, I mean, when we look at latent prints, we take our time. I believe the day that I got them, I think it was 2 days later before I even started marking or looking like in detail at the print.
Now, is Investigator Sawyers the only person that reviewed your work?
Officially reviewed, yes.
Okay. Unofficially? Did you have other people review?
Yes.
Outside of CPD or within CPD?
2 other certified, like, we only have 2 certified late examiners to CPD, so we have to, if we want a third person, we have to go outside CPD.
Did you use a third person in this case?
Yes.
And who was that?
Monica Datz, the Brown County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And does she do an independent analysis as well, or do you send her your report and ask her to just confirm it?
No, she does her own independent analysis, comparison, evaluation.
So within CPD, Investigator Sawyers, would he also conduct a truly independent, do you use the same procedure where there's no bias in a red box?
So if you have a single latent fingerprint, which means just one, we would do a complete form blindness test. We wouldn't even allow you to see the notes or anything else. When we ID multiple prints, the secondary examiner gets all my case notes, gets everything, because his job is to prove me wrong.
Okay. And was Monica Datz, sorry.
That's okay.
Was she the only individual that also reviewed your work?
No, I sent it to a companion that works in Omaha, Nebraska.
What was the purpose of sending it to 2 other people outside of your agency?
So when you get a quality latent, they're really high quality, right? There's no concern. When they get a little less quality, and you've looked at it over time, to keep bias out, you want other opinions, other sound scientific process, you want more than one person looking at it. Make sure you're not being biased.
Did you have concerns of potential bias in this particular case?
No, ma'am.
Did you have concerns of uncertainty
No, ma'am.
related to the prints?
No, I did a thorough analysis, comparison, evaluation. I came to one and one conclusion on these prints were made by Jason Chen.
Okay. Now, you mentioned also the handcuff and the suitcase being submitted to you for potential prints. Did you formulate any kind of report based on those pieces of evidence?
No, Investigator Booker asked me to look at the suitcase to see if it was suitable, and we agreed that it was not suitable for fingerprints based on the texture of it. The handcuffs I did, and I did create a report for the handcuffs.
Okay. Now, that's not any of the reports that have been presented to date, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
While you've been testifying, we've not seen that report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Has that report been provided to the state of Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am.
Investigator Franklin, in Exhibit 213, behind you here, the signifiers here, David Franklin badge 1011,
Yes, ma'am.
and then the A stood for, this was
My
lift A.
first, no, my first lift. So when each investigator processes an item of evidence based on that complaint number, you start with A. So any image, any lift you take, that would be your first one, and then you go sequentially, so Z and then double A and so forth.
And is there a report that shows what A is?
Yes, my official report.
So the official report is what can tie those two together.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this is the exterior of the bag that's listed under -06 and 07.
Correct.
Both of the prints come from this one.
Correct.
Did you have any usable prints from bag 2, bag 1,
What is your definition of usable prints?
that you were able to test?
Yeah, I did develop other prints, but they were not of value to compare to someone else.
Okay.
So you have to be the pressure of being of value. If there's not sufficient quality of details as ridge events, I can't compare to someone. So we stopped the process.
At any point were these bags reprocessed, or did the
They
ones
were.
get worse?
So we use cyanoacrylite first. Actually, we do a sequential processing. So we look at the bag visually, use alternate light sources. Then we go to the next step, which was superglue fuming. We photographed the superglue, and then I did additional tests of basically applying a dye stain, which is a chemical that fluoresces under different wavelengths, and you use barrier filters and goggles to see those. We used that process, but it didn't make them any clearer.
And just to clarify, you at CPD, not you necessarily, but CSU rolls and ink, correct?
Yes.
When you're talking, you used the term earlier, live scan. Is that like a copier where somebody goes in and basically puts their hand down?
It's basically a fly bat scanner that's taking images of your friction rich skin.
And if I may have one more. Lieutenant Franklin, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you read the record? Does the jury have any questions for Lieutenant Franklin? jury has a few questions for you. I'm going to ask them if you can face the jury when answering, please.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain the process of how latent prints are looked for? Is it done over a large area, i.e. the entire trash bag or the entire car hood, or a smaller targeted zone based upon a visual inspection with the naked eye?
So examiners would look for the entire area. So if you had a car, for example, we'll process the entire car, from front to back, the interior. They tend to key on areas where they think it's more of a touch. Obviously, the middle top roof of SUV, more likely it's not going to be touched, but areas to the door, the front, the back, obviously in this case, we process from the hood of the vehicle. So the garbage bag is a smaller item. I process the entire bag. All three bags, interior and exterior. When you run Sagner Acrylite or super glue filling, any prints or any residue on that bag it will attach to.
Do you recall if Investigator Crawford ever shared with you the occasion in which his prints were made on the Toyota?
No, he didn't. I ran those prints. We run all prints before we know any information. I had no idea those were Investigator Crawford's prints. So,
You may need to refer to your notes for this one if it's helpful. Can you please confirm the number of the bag fingerprints of value were found on? Is it bag number 1 or bag number 3?
yeah. Bag number one I had labeled the most exterior bag was the one on the exterior of that bag, not the interior. The exterior of that bag is the two prints that were identified as Jason Chen.
And just so the jury's clear on that, we'll make sure there's an outer bag, a middle bag, and an inner bag. There's an exterior and an interior
Correct.
each bag, correct?
Correct,
Can
Your
you
Honor.
just explain that?
So each bag, also you have it outside of the bag, and there's also the interior of the bag. So those prints are on the third bag, which is the furthest from her body, and it was the exterior of that bag, not the inside of that bag.
Were fingerprints found on the handcuffs?
No, we have a new process of the recovery system, so we use copper and gold to process things. I used a recovery system, and there was nothing of value. The handcuffs were very pitted and weren't very good, were suitable for fingerprints.
Or any redirect based on the jury's question?
Yes, Your Honor. Lieutenant, you testified that there was an official APHIS report related to the other testing that the jury has not seen
Correct.
of the handcuffs.
Correct.
Are you certain that you gave that to the state of Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am, it was on the CDI submitted.
Do you have that with you today?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you pull it out?
Actually, it's not on the CD. The CD that I submitted to you was the only one. I've got the photos of the bags.
Okay, and so in that report, the handcuffs were tested, the suitcase.
Suitcase was not tested. We did a visual exam, but it was not tested.
What in the other report was tested?
Only the 2 handcuffs and the 3 garbage bags.
Well, the 3 garbage bags were in the report that we saw today.
Okay.
Is there another report that reflects the testing of the handcuffs?
Yes.
Only the handcuffs?
No, it has the handcuffs and so when you do a processing request, where you can process items of evidence, Crouching Inn will do a document saying what they processed, how it was submitted, what process was used. So I did that report, I submitted that report, and then the second report is any prints that are of value we looked at, that would be the APHIS report. So the crime scene report and the APHIS report.
1 second, Your Honor. I want to be clear about something. I'm showing you is the APHIS report that verifies the fingerprints from the bags were Mr. Chen's, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you saying that there's another report like that?
No, ma'am. This is official APHIS reports. There's two separate reports. The crime scene does a report, so when I process out an evidence for crime scene, I am part of crime scene. So then I would do a processing request saying every technique I use, how I process it, what time it was processed, what sequential processing I do. So I'd write that report. Since there was no prints of value, there was nothing on the handcuffs, would not go in an APHIS report because there was no prints developed.
Do you now understand where the confusion lies
Yes, ma'am.
in that exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
There is no official APHIS report for anything else
Correct.
because there was no identification.
There was no prints developed on the handcuffs.
Nothing further, Judge.
Recross.
No further questions, Robin.
Any questions from the juror based on that exchange? All right, thank you, defendant. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Secretary, we got started a little late today, so we'll try to go until 12:30 or 1. Your lunch should be here sometime in that time frame.
Hopefully we can get through one more witness in that time period, Judge.
Okay.
The state would call Sergeant William Salyers to the stand. Hello, Sergeant Salyers.
Hello,
Will you state your name for the court's record?
Sergeant William Salyers,
All right. And Sergeant, where are you currently employed?
Chattanooga Police Department.
In what unit do you currently serve?
I am in the APHIS unit, which is our latent fingerprint unit.
Let's go back through your history at the Chattanooga Police Department. Your Honor, may I have that DVD? When did you begin your service at the police department?
In 2006,
In what capacity?
I was a patrol officer.
For how long were you a patrol officer at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Approximately 3 or 4 years.
Okay. And then at some point, did you move to another unit?
Yes, in 2010, I moved to the crime scene unit.
The jury's heard from a couple crime scene investigators, but can you describe your responsibilities when you were a crime scene investigator?
Well, I would respond to scenes and I would document those scenes with notes, photograph, video, collect any type of evidence and report all that stuff to the case file when appropriate to testify in court.
Okay. And at some point from the crime scene unit, you moved to APHIS, is that correct?
That's correct. January 2015, I moved to the APHIS unit.
And when you began in the APHIS unit in 2015, what was your role?
I started on entry level to examine fingerprints and report all those case findings and to the case file, but mostly training as soon as I got up there because I didn't have any kind of training in fingerprints. So I trained under a certified latent print examiner for over 2 years, and since then I've attended over 500 hours in specialized training, and I've attended the IAI conference as well as the IDEMIA conference every year since then.
Is it common practice that when an individual moves to the APHIS unit at the Chattanooga Police Department, they have got to be trained for a certain period of time?
Yes, we typically train for 2 years, and the IAI certification board says that you've got to train for at least 2 years if you have a college degree before you're even eligible to take their certification test. So we kind of hold to that model as well.
And sir, do you have a college degree?
I do.
And what did you get your degree?
Business management.
All right. Who did you train under at the Chattanooga Police Department?
I trained under Lieutenant David Franklin.
And you testified that you have been certified. Are you required to be a certified latent print examiner at the Chattanooga Police Department?
It's not a requirement, no.
What did you have to do to become a certified latent print examiner?
So I had to train, like I said, for over 2 years under a certified latent print examiner. And I had to have at least 176 hours of specialized training before I was eligible to take the test. And I have a 4-year degree, so I could take it after 2 years. And then you have to pass a written as far as a comparison certification test to be certified.
Were you certified by IAI?
Yes, I am.
And was that in 2021?
That is correct.
So when would your recertification be coming up?
2026.
Now you are in what position in the APHIS unit?
Currently, I am the sergeant over the APHIS unit as well as our digital forensics unit and photo lab.
As the sergeant at this point in the APHIS unit, do you now actually train other individuals?
Yes, I have 2 other individuals that are employed under me, and I train them as well.
Similar to the way that Lieutenant Franklin trained you?
That is correct.
Okay. You mentioned 500 plus hours of training. Are most, or if not all of those hours in latent print examination, APHIS related?
Yeah, that's correct. All of those hours are pertaining to APHIS and fingerprint related courses.
Are some of them trainings that happened over a period of days?
Yeah, sometimes you would have a week-long 40-hour class, 3-day classes, sometimes just a few hours, but there was just a wide variety, but there was quite a few classes that were 40-hour classes.
Does IAI have an annual conference?
They do.
Are you required to attend it?
Not required, no.
Do you attend them?
Yes.
Are they, how long are those conferences?
They are a week-long conference.
Did you attend the 101st IAI conference?
Yes.
What about the 102nd?
Yes.
What about the 103rd?
Yes.
104th, 5th, 6th, 7th?
Yes.
Okay. Well, 108th. Looks like the last one in 2024 was 108th.
That's correct.
Okay. But outside of that, hundreds of hours of training and fingerprint examination.
Correct, yes. Our fingerprint vendor, IDEMIA, who have our latent workstations through, they do an annual conference as well, and we attend that conference too.
Have you testified in court before as an expert?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
3 or 4 times, and from juvenile court, sessions court, criminal court.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender Sergeant Salyers as an expert in fingerprint examination and APHIS.
Would the witness be recognized as an expert in APHIS, latent print examination now?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Sergeant Salyers, as you know, should probably just pass him in the hallway. Lieutenant Franklin's already testified in this case.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you were you working in 2022 under Lieutenant Franklin?
Yes, I was.
And did he ask you to review his findings in the case of State versus Jason Chen?
Yes, he did.
At that time, were you often asked to review his conclusions in a fingerprint examination where a positive identification is made?
That is correct.
Is part of that role the V at the end of ACE-V?
Correct. That is the verification portion of the ACE-V methodology.
And is this always done at the Chattanooga Police Department in terms of identification?
That's correct. We always verify every identification that we get.
What is the job of the verifier?
Well, as the verifier, you're trying to disprove what the initial examiner come up with. And you're reviewing all the evidence and doing your own independent analysis, comparison, and evaluation to ensure that the best possible answer is achieved and reported out.
Do you review all of the work that that examiner has done?
Yes, all of the latents that the initial examiner have are all turned over to a secondary examiner to do their own examination.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you issue a secondary examination report?
Yes, I did.
Sergeant, is that the report that you issued in this case after verification?
Yeah, that is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 216. For your report, Sergeant, did you rely on some of the numbers, identification markings that were also in Lieutenant Franklin's report?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I am displaying for the jury your report. So would the submissions at the top be the same as the submissions on Lieutenant Franklin's report,
Yes, that is correct.
which is in evidence as Exhibit 215? Conclusions that you have on here, are your conclusions the same as the conclusions of Lieutenant Franklin
That is correct.
on all of the latent prints that had the quality able to be examined for identification?
That's correct.
And when you reviewed Lieutenant Franklin's work, did you know what ridge events he had identified?
Not on all of them, no.
So you actually do a review on your own without even looking at all of the ridge events that he identified?
Correct, yes.
Do you recall how many ridge events you were able to identify?
On you,
I'm sorry.
print specifically, or?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We will be talking about 06 and 07 at the bottom.
Okay.
Do you recall how many ridge events you were able to identify in 06 and 07?
Approximately 06, approximately 15 or 16 ridge events on its own, and then around 9 or 10 on 07.
Were you able to say with confidence that those prints, one being the left ring finger and the other the left middle finger, are that of Jason Chen?
That is correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
No questions?
Do you have any questions for Sergeant Saunders? Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Chairman Clark, next witness when he's ready.
Your Honor, he's on his way up.
Okay.
to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. I do.
Mr. Hamilton, can you say your full name for the record?
Yes, Mark L. Hamilton.
And did I tell you you'd probably be testifying after lunch?
You did, yes, ma'am.
And did you anticipate putting a suit on before you testified?
No, ma'am.
Did you? Did I just call you a second ago and tell you to get up here in 1 minute?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize for that. Welcome. Can you tell the jury what you do for a living, where you currently work?
I work for General Cody Wong. I'm an investigator here, doing mostly technical investigations.
Okay, I want to go back through your work history, okay? And I want to start from the beginning.
Okay.
So in 1986, if you would consider that the beginning, I'm not sure. In 1986 to 2009, what were you doing?
I was in the U.S. Air Force and then later in the U.S. It was Air National Guard, Tennessee.
What did you do in the United States Air Force and Tennessee National Guard?
We did communications engineering, ground radio communications, and then later I was on engineering installations all over the world.
Okay, will you remember throughout your testimony that if they're anything like me, we don't speak your language?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's make sure we break some things down. I've already told you my IQ in this field is low, so let's go slow, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what are ground radio communications that you were doing as a specialist in the United States Air Force?
So it was a mixture, basically anything that doesn't leave the Earth. So we didn't work on aircraft. We worked on the launch sites, air traffic control systems, air traffic towers, mobile, even the fire engines. A lot of it was stuff like post-nuclear attack, stuff that works after the nuclear bombs go off and all the radios are gone. This stuff still works. So it was a SAC, Strategic Air Command.
In a technical way, what are radio communications?
They're basically just the transmission of electrons in waveform, and frequencies can be way variant. So it's all the way from super low to up in the microwaves like we're stuck with and above time. But they're just waves of energy.
What training did you have to have in radio communications before you were in this capacity with the Air Force and the National Guard?
Well, the military side, we spent the better part of a year just on the technical subjects. There's no history or English, but it's electrical engineering minus the non-fun stuff.
And what is electronic section of 241 first 241's engineering squadron?
So we had two sides of the house. One was installations, which are the guys that are putting up towers, telephone poles, digging ditches, and putting fiber optics. And then I was over the side, which is electronics, which is all the radio communications careers.
Okay. And then later, did you move to a position with the city of Chattanooga?
I did. It was in parallel with when I went in the Guard, when I came off active duty. I was a radio engineer at the city of Chattanooga.
So was that from 1989 to 2002?
Yes, ma'am.
For approximately 13 years?
Correct.
And working with the city of Chattanooga as a radio engineer, what were your job responsibilities?
We took care of all the communications for multiple cities, actually. So fire, police, ambulance, public works. So mountaintop repeater sites, handheld radios we repaired, mobile radios, built this 911 center we currently have. I was involved in the new build of that. So all the dispatch consoles, had a lot of microwave networks and a lot of mountaintop repeater sites that we took care of.
What in the world are microwave networks?
Well, they're just short, micro, meaning small, so they're real high frequency, like our microwave oven that's a microwave. And we take that same signal that's cooking your food, put it in a dish, put information on it, and send it across the boundary.
So when you say microwave, you don't always mean an actual microwave, but it is a microwave.
Yes, it's short, so high frequencies.
Okay. And then in 2002, after leaving the city of Chattanooga, did you join the Chattanooga Police Department?
Well, I'm still a city employee, but I'm lateraled over because technology
in the forensics world especially, was really starting to go with the cell phones. And the police department kept borrowing me from the communications shop, and so they just finally just moved me over there.
I see. So you're saying in 2002, with a new technology being created, the Chattanooga Police Department was using you so much, the city of Chattanooga just said, hey, go over there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So my title changed. I still work for the same entity, but my title changed.
Sure, I understand. What was your title at the Chattanooga Police Department?
I had 2 or 3 of them, but at one point it was covert surveillance, and it ended up being forensic technician.
Forensic technician?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, as a forensic technician, were you doing at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Cell phone forensics, video forensics, audio forensics, about any kind of technical device, cell records analysis from the providers.
Do those type of forensics involve inspecting and interpreting cell phone data?
Yes, ma'am.
What about cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
What about location data from cell phones and other items?
Yes.
Who were you primarily doing those things for at the police department?
As in which division?
At whose request would you do them?
Oh,
Who would give
well,
you a cell phone?
Generally, most of that work came out of homicide, but I worked for the whole department, plus I assisted 6 or 7 outlying agencies. But yeah, most of my heavy workload came out of homicide.
And what was your involvement in audio and video?
So a lot of times they would call me out to a crime scene. In the early days, it was VHS tapes that were called time lapse. It was awful. Later, as digital came along, they would call me to the crime scene. A lot of times to collect, crime scene would collect the cell phone off of whomever and sign it over to me on the scene. At the same time, I would go in, if it was a business and had cameras, I would go in there and retrieve the video of the incident.
And then in 2019, did you join the Hamilton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that before I was at the District Attorney's Office?
It was.
And before we get any further into your experience and qualifications, I'm going to address an elephant in a room, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You work for the District Attorney, is that correct?
I did.
That is me, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you testify later today, would you ever testify to facts or evidence just to help the District Attorney's Office?
Absolutely not.
In fact, do you often have to give prosecutors bad news when it comes to criminal cases?
I do. I just give the truth.
Okay. Just wanted to cover that.
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to your qualifications, can you explain some of the training? What's in front of me is 2.5 pages long, so I don't know how you're going to summarize it, but can you please try to summarize your training for the jury?
So, of course, I had my military training, and then when I was at the city, I did a lot of schools that were provided mostly by Motorola in communications equipment, so I traveled a lot to go to schools. Then when I moved to the police department, I took dozens and dozens and dozens of classes, especially as this technology was growing. Everything from how to interpret cell phone records, certifications in cell phone forensics, so you can understand the inner workings of phones. I even took, even though I did it so much, I was probably better than the instructors, but I took a repair course on cell phones, so that I would often, people would break their phone, and I would rebuild it and extract the data.
Did the Chattanooga Police, I'm sorry.
I was just saying I'm certified in all kinds of different careers.
Okay, we will get there. What did the Chattanooga Police Department, did they ask you to go to all of those trainings, or was that voluntary? How did that work?
No, ma'am, I was kind of a one-off, it was all new, so I just sort of mostly drove that from the bottom up. And we had access to narcotics funds, which is so
Which is what, I'm sorry?
it's useful because you can use it for training
I got you.
and equipment, so I spent a lot of dope dealers' money.
Okay. What is NATIA?
National Association of Technical Investigators.
And is this association recognized nationwide?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they host trainings?
They do, it was an annual training in a different city every year.
Approximately how many of those trainings have you attended?
I can't recall, it was a number of them.
Beginning in the 2000s?
Yes, ma'am.
Did those trainings include training on digital forensics?
They did. They would have a list of classes, and then you could pick, you had a whole week of it, you just picked the ones that you wanted. You just go to that class for the day or two, or however long it lasted.
Okay. And have you been, what is the USAF? Is that the United States Air Force?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been certified by the Air Force as a fiber optic network engineering and installation expert? Have you been certified in local area network engineering and installation by the United States Air Force?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you, off the top of your head, know of other certifications you've received?
Yes, there's a bunch of them. Probably the biggest thing is I was eventually qualified. You have qualification levels, like 1, 2, 3. I was qualified as a 9 level in the Air Force, meaning I could supervise or work in any career field that was technology. So I got to the top of that list.
What
I'm
is,
actually still in the reserves at almost 60. They can call me back if they need.
hope that doesn't happen.
I have to talk to my wife.
What does Motorola factory certified mean?
So we have very specific, very expensive, like the repeaters on the mountains, and even the handheld radios are $6,000-7,000 back in the day. But you would go to Schaumburg, Illinois. The other classes were down right outside of Miami, and you would sit in their classroom, and you would learn that one specific line and how to repair it, and how it worked, and keep it running.
You're certified in that?
Yes, ma'am. Multiple mobiles, repeaters, handhelds.
Over the years in your training, have you been trained in forensic cellular downloads?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been trained in cellular data locationing?
Yes, ma'am. Multiple different courses in that.
What the words that I just said, what does that mean? Cellular data locations, probably not the words that go together. I'll have you describe that.
Well, the providers, i.e. like T-Mobile, Sprint, AT&T, they potentially had to, under FCC rule, figure out where you were, especially before GPS was big. And so they have different ways of arriving at your estimated position. And that becomes important on criminal cases. It's not important to them so much, except they use it for engineering, find bad towers or dead spots they need to add a tower, but we use it for criminal use.
You were asked to locate people before there were cell phones. Is that right?
Yes. And I've had to help even the FBI find a terrorist phone that they couldn't find. And I did.
When was that? In your days in the
That
Air
was
Force?
when I forgot the date, but it was when our military guys got killed here on Indicted Highway.
You helped in that operation in terms of
Yes,
cell
and
phone?
the FBI came to me and they couldn't find his missing phone, and I put him within 100 feet of it right next to their office.
And as times have changed from when you didn't have any devices that allowed you to locate individuals, have you received training in cellular device location as it's progressed throughout the years?
Yes, ma'am.
There's something on your resume that says GPS devices in March 2011. Was that a training?
It was.
You've also been a part of the FBI digital imaging and video recovery team.
Yes, ma'am. I was took training from them.
What's Hawk Analytics?
So that is a product that ingests the records the providers give can be very cryptic and huge, and we had to do it by hand. That product was developed just specifically for law enforcement to be able to take like a T-Mobile provider record and ingest it and make it in a readable, human understandable format. It's called CellHawk. And so I'm
CellHawk.
certified in it, yes ma'am. It's actually involved in this case.
You are certified in CellHawk interpretation.
Yes ma'am.
What is CellBright?
CellBright is a product that downloads your cell phone and extracts all the information. And some people probably remember back in the day when you would go to Verizon, you got a new phone, and they were flip phones. They had a black box that they would transfer your phone numbers from the old phone to the new one. That's a CellBright phone. And somebody along the way went, hey, we're getting that data, we just put it on a thumb drive, and now the police or whoever can use it. So it's a product specifically engineered to extract a lot of information from a cellular or any mobile device.
Are you able to interpret records from CellBright?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you done that in many cases before?
Thousands, probably. Yes, ma'am.
And have you received awards and decorations from the United States Air Force?
Yes, ma'am.
Many.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever testified as an expert in a criminal case?
I have.
Do you know how many times?
I've never counted them, but it starts in the early 2000s. It's hundreds.
Have you testified in each criminal court in the Hamilton County Courthouse?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would tender this witness as an expert in digital forensics and radio frequency engineering.
Please be recognized, expert field of digital forensic and radio frequency engineering. Thank you. Thank you. The last time.
Would the court like for me to continue?
Story lunch here. Not here yet, please. We'll go to lunch gets here.
Okay. All right. DVD, you're on.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's start from the beginning, Mr. Hamilton. Can you turn around, look at the screen behind you? I just want to start by, well, before we get to this slide, let's do this. Can you tell the jury what the difference is between a phone, a cell phone, and a SIM card?
Yes, so the phone is the radios. It's basically just a collection of radios, Bluetooth, 4G, 5G. It's the hardware. The SIM card is that little tiny ceramic card, and that is basically the identity of your account. So that's a phone number is tied to. But it actually does have a little computer in it. It can store a tiny bit of information, just a few contacts and things, but basically it's a secure chip that the radios in the phone communicate with and then talk to the network, and the network validates you and says, oh, that's so-and-so. And so it basically is your phone number.
Is there a difference between a forensic download of a cellular device and cell phone records from a provider?
Oh, absolutely, yes, ma'am.
What is the difference between a cell phone download, how we would refer to it, and records such as records from T-Mobile or Verizon?
So the cell phone download is kind of like you would expect. It'll have pictures, locations, calls, text, all different apps, and it's kind of just in chronological order. So it's usually very large now because these phones hold a lot of data. So you can get 500 gigabytes off these phones easily. The records the provider gives us are basically just spreadsheets with columns and rows of who called who, what time, what date, what tower we used. So they're a bunch of spreadsheets. Mostly.
Have you been trained in cellular location data as it relates to towers,
Yes.
cell towers?
I have.
Do our phones track us?
They do in two different ways. There's a GPS in there that Google and Apple and everybody are tracking to see where you go and what you do. The cellular company's not tracking that. They're tracking which towers you're using and which antennas you're on for engineering purposes.
Okay, so if you are trying to learn, if I travel from here to home and you were to receive my cell phone records, it wouldn't necessarily show my path home, but would it show the towers that I am near?
It would show the towers and antennas that your device communicated with, yes.
And when you say device communicated with, what does that mean?
It's not all the time, so you may start downtown and maybe hit one in the middle and then one or two up at the end, but you might miss some.
What causes our phone to communicate with towers?
There's a myriad of reasons. Now with these smartphones, it's your stock market update and then plus your device announces itself all the time so that they can't light up every tower in the country looking for you when you get a phone call. That would just wreck the network. So your phone occasionally just comes out and says, here I am. So they know when you get a call to go to that tower first and try it and see if they can get you because that's where it will last heard your phone. But yeah, they're talking, if they're on and working, they're talking on the network quite good.
Okay, so you're saying that any activity that occurs on our phone is as little as a notification from a news outlet would connect in some way, that might not be the right word, you can tell the jury, connect in some way to a cell phone tower.
Yes, it can and will, but it's not continuous, so it's not like you're tracking somebody minute or by every 10 seconds. It might be some gaps in there, many minutes.
And do our phones record that activity?
The phones necessarily don't, but they do at the provider and their computers store all that.
Okay, so I just misdescribed the difference between the phone and the provider records. So the provider would keep those records,
Yes,
such as T-Mobile.
yes.
Okay, and approximately how many cellular towers are there located in Hamilton County?
I could not answer that, ma'am. It's thousands and thousands of them, and each one has multiple technologies. So you may see one tower shared with 3 or 4 providers, and then there's multiple antennas. So you can literally have 50 different radios running off of one tower.
Okay,
It's a lot. It's overwhelming. When I get the database with all the towers in it, the records are in the hundreds of thousands of towers.
all right, so now I think we're at this slide behind you. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
Yeah, let's just give everybody an idea of generally the towers are in.
Make sure, Mr. Hamilton, that you speak as loud as possible for the jury,
Yes,
just for
ma'am.
the jury.
So actually, I think they can see.
So these towers generally are three-sided, and so when we get the records back,
You'll get a basically a 1, 2, or a 3. So it'll be tower number 99, and it'll tell you it used like antenna number 3, which will be these guys here. But they generally break them into 3 spots. A lot of them they do 120 degrees, so they cover a 360. But if you have a shopping mall or a high density area, they put the towers where they make money, so they might point all 3 antennas in one direction to put them into, say, a big shopping area. So it's not, or as we have here with these mountains, they don't want them covering the valley from the top, so the ones up at the top will actually all face onto the mountain. Doesn't mean you can't talk to it from behind it, but it's just the main lows. But this just gives you an idea of there's 3 sides to them, and so these different size antennas are probably all the same provider, but that's going to be your 3G or 4G, or now nowadays it's 5G. But yeah, they're generally have 3 sides.
Okay? In this slide, what is the jury seeing?
So this is kind of, just give you an idea of the way the signals come off that tower. They overlap, even though they're 3 distinct sides. That's not a perfect laser unit. It kind of stands out. So that just gives you an idea they're designed to cover everything around them.
And then what is what's depicted in this photo different than the first photo?
So you'll see on some of these maps, the LTE antennas, which are going to be your data on the 4G, they don't put 3 sides on them, they just put a stick up, and that guy just radiates in a circle. So it's like all 3 sides together at once. So it just sits there, and the signal's equal all the way around it, so we can't tell what side of the tower they're on when it's on the data. You'll see a circle instead of a triangle. And that tells us what tower, which antenna, but we don't know if it's north, south, east, west.
Let's start talking about this case in particular, the case of
Yes, ma'am.
State of Tennessee versus Jason Chen. Were you asked to work on different forensic downloads, digital forensics, audio, video, cell phones? Were you asked to work on this in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you do that, do you also consider other, what we would call discovery, which is evidence in a case?
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours of work would you say you've put into this case when it comes to what you are an expert in?
I would guess 60 to 70
60 to 70.
hours.
Okay. And when you did you examine both T-Mobile records in this case
Yes, ma'am.
and Verizon records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you do that, in the records themselves, you touched on this, so let's go back to it. In the cellular records themselves, what all are you able to see?
So in the records, there's a lot of information up. It has the name of the owner, generally. It tells you a lot of specifics about the account, the devices. But then you get into call detail records that show who called who texted who, what time and date, potentially what tower it was using in what area of the country at the time. And then we get, there's just multiple spreadsheets. Another one that we get estimates of where you were. And that's, you'll see that here. Some of them we just have a tower. Some of them we have a tower and an arc, which I'll explain later, but you'll have a line and you should be somewhere on that line. And then some of them you'll see a circle, and the circles are in different diameters by their quality. So when they get a real good signal, they say it's pretty accurate, or not, it'd be a big circle. But all of that's contained in spreadsheets. So it's just columns and numbers and letters.
Okay, were you aware, when we're talking about the T-Mobile records in this case, are you aware that the records that you have in your possession are only from a shortened period of time?
Yes.
And Investigator Bulkley has already testified that those records are from the week of November 22nd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What changes in cell phone records if items are deleted?
So if items are deleted on your phone, I guess you're asking, because you can't delete the stuff that the provider has.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so nothing happens. No matter what you do to your phone, it's already there. It's permanent. It goes nowhere. It's in there.
Are there records that you can remove from your phone, or I guess that would change based on what you're doing on what a person is doing on their actual cell phone?
So you're asking on the physical device, can they change it?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
What is that? How does that work?
You can delete stuff, or you can just reset the phone to factory new, and it's completely irrecoverable at that point. It's gone. So
If-
that's yours. You can manipulate it a lot.
What if you reset your phone? What does that do to the records themselves?
The only thing it would change is both, I know Apple iPhones were involved in this, and they do what's called iCloud backup. So your backup is kind of an image of most of what's in your phone stored at their server. So if you go wiping it, your next image is going to have whatever you have today, but they keep multiple copies. So when if you restore it, you can go pick a date. I don't know how many they keep, but that would change. But as far as what the provider of records, like what towers you use, and they also sometimes, and we got them in this case, they send some of the text message content, and that won't change no matter if you delete it on your phone or not.
If a phone is reset, do the records reflect that?
No, not exactly. At least we didn't get them because you'd have to get them from Apple. And but what we see on the provider side is some information showing that there's some changes. But where we actually see an iCloud backup is in the actual device download, where the physical phone was put on the cell drive and downloaded.
Okay.
And that does show when and what happens.
Okay. And on this slide, does this is this accurately describe the records, the cellular provider records that you reviewed in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And are the phone numbers correct that are attached to both the T-Mobile records with Jason Chen and Verizon records with Jasmine Pace?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's give the jury, are we still good, Your Honor? Okay, perfect. So now I know that this is difficult to see for the jury, and I wish I could zoom in, but I can't on my PowerPoint. So I'm going to have you, and this is just for demonstrative purposes.
It is, yes.
This doesn't contain any information that we're specifically trying to point to today. But can you just describe for the jury sort of what you're seeing here?
So this is just one of the typical spreadsheets we get. And it's showing the start and end time. It shows some numbers here that will become important here later. And I make a model of phone. It tells us which switch, the market it's in, which is kind of like big counties. They have, like here in Chattanooga, we actually use on Verizon, we use the switches in Atlanta. So we're in the Atlanta market. But this stuff starts telling me which tower and then which antenna we use. So you'll get what's important mostly is what time of day and what antenna and which market it's in, and I have a list of all the towers so that I can match.
So would it be accurate to say that on the left column we can see dates and times, correct?
Yes.
And then you would also be able to see in the records such as this what tower, would the left side be activity on the phone?
Yes. This is date and time, and this over here is which towers you're using.
Okay.
And antenna.
So for all this activity, which is just simply activity throughout parts of 11/22/22, the cell phone towers are all the same. Can we not see that on this?
Yeah, you can. Yes.
Okay.
This is all the same, so that's pretty indicative of a phone that's not moving or not moving much in that little print of that one antenna.
Okay, and you'd agree under subscriber that we've got Jasmine Pace's phone number?
Yes.
Is this the way, is this how you were able to track a phone location based on the cell phone towers that the activity is connecting to?
Yes, this is one of the ways, and the other one is a document which I don't have. It's just like this, but it'll have an estimated latitude and longitude. And I guess now's a good time to explain that. But GPS, like we're used to when you use something to navigate on your phone, is generally accurate now down to about 15 to 30 feet. These towers are rough, so they're not GPS. So when you see a circle, it may be 500 feet, and they're estimating you're in that circle somewhere, but it's not GPS. So you'll see latitude and longitude, but it's not GPS. So it's not very, very accurate. It's roughly accurate. Sometimes it can be off quite a bit. So it's not a thing where I can say you were in this house. I can say you're probably in the neighborhood or on that block.
Understood. So this is an example of the records that you would use to determine the location of a cellular device. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay. And then we have another example here, except these are Mr. Chen's T-Mobile. This is an example of Mr. Chen's T-Mobile records. And again, I apologize, but is there similar, but we've got a little bit more on this. So is there similar information?
It is, and this is when I was talking about where T-Mobile's estimating where this device was, it's not me. So it tells you date, time, who, and basically what happened, calls or a text or whatever. But what's important right here, those are the tower latitudes and longitudes, but on over you'll see, they'll actually estimate your location at a latitude and longitude with a circle of a given radius, and they tell us that. So now we can map and draw a circle on the map of the right diameter, and they're saying it's probably inside that circle. They do that actually because they got told they had to, because there wasn't GPS on all the phones, and people would call 911 and say help, and they didn't know where you were. So they came up with this system.
Okay.
It actually measures the speed of light and multiple towers and guesstimates where you are.
Okay. Again, we don't speak the same language, but we're doing well here. Okay. Were you able to review the T-Mobile records of Mr. Chen and the Verizon records of Ms. Pace to determine their approximate locations the week of November 22nd?
Yes, ma'am.
In doing that, did you identify quite a few cellular towers that at different times their devices were connected to?
Yes, ma'am. There's a lot of them.
And on top of determining the location of their cell phones, did you also review other records from both Mr. Chen's and Ms. Pace's records that were provided to you by T-Mobile and Verizon?
Yes.
Like data used, messages, calls, etc.?
Yes. There's a whole string of spreadsheets you get with these returns.
Is it helpful to review other records on the phone to corroborate a location?
It is somewhat, not so much the location, but the dates and times, because these phones, especially where we live, we're right on the timeline, and the phones will jump in and out of central time. The records, a lot of them are stored in what's called Greenwich Mean Time, or UTC, which is in England. And part of the year, we're 5 hours behind them, and part of the year, because of daylight savings, we're 4 hours. So it's nice to take the record, find the same call or text in the phone and match them, and know that your calculations are right. We're on subtracting 5 hours. Some of these call sheets are in the accurate local time, so you have to have a good understanding of how AT&T or T-Mobile or whoever, what they provide you. You got to know how to read it.
In forming your opinions in this case, did you use other evidence to corroborate those opinions, or to even make those opinions?
Yes, ma'am. So I used somewhat, looked at the phone download, but I mostly used some videos that were available in the gallery to corroborate the location.
What about text history?
Yes.
Is the location data, as you are going to describe it and explain it to the jury, is it inconsistent with anything that you located in the records?
No.
Or in the phone downloads?
No.
And this was just recently, I can't recall the exhibit. This was an exhibit from yesterday. I did not put the... I'm showing you a photo that's already been admitted into evidence. Oh, here we go. Exhibit 208. This is a photo of Ms. Pace's vehicle.
Yes.
You'd agree that this next photo is a photo of Ms. Pace's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Exhibit 171-2, would you agree this is a photo of Mr. Chen's vehicle?
I do.
Was it helpful to know what the vehicles looked like in forming your opinions?
Yes, because I was watching videos with nobody. I traditionally do this without any help or asking the case info, and so I needed to know what the vehicles look like. So when I watched the videos, I could find it.
Okay. Now let's begin chronologically going through location data that you were able to collect. And let's start with Miss Pace's phone on 11/22/2022. This is exhibit number 1. Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
What does this show, to your knowledge?
That is a screenshot from an app that was on her phone, and it records dates and times, start and stop.
When reviewing the records to determine the location of Miss Pace's phone on the 22nd, were you able to find evidence that corroborates this trip?
Yes, I was.
All right, so this is the first time of many that the jury is going to see a map that looks similar to this, okay? So this is when we have to sort of break it down for the jury so that they can understand it.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a map that reflects Miss Pace's travel from 11:27 to 11:43 p.m. on the 22nd?
It does.
And that would also be the time frame on this My Chevy app, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what are the green circles or semicircles?
So this is that product called Cellhawk, and it'll ingest the records and do all this heavy lifting for you. So the circles, remember I was saying the LTEs are omni, meaning they cover all the way around, so we don't know which side of the tower. That's what these big circles here. And then when you see this line, it's hard to see, but that pie shape is going to be a sector antenna like we saw that covers generally 120 degrees. The coverage is not the green part, that's just showing you what direction it's facing. And the coverage of the circle ones is not the circle, it can be huge. It can have holes from ridges. But generally, like when you see this triangle, they're using the antenna on that side of the tower facing north, and its coverage is going to be out this way. So if you were traveling down this road right here, you would be hitting, these antennas like that. And it's very consistent that the path that's from the GPS in that phone on that record from my Chevy matches the radio signal I'm seeing and the timing. So this is rolling into, have you guys seen the map yet?
Sort of, but if you want to go ahead and describe for the jury, well, first of all, let's start here. Are you from the Hamilton County area?
I am.
How long have you been here?
Since the mid-70s when the Apollo program quit.
Okay. Are you extremely familiar with the geography here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we can see, would you agree that the furthest green, like you said, pie shape and semicircle, whatever, and circle, that is close to, or very, very close, what is that top? What is
So
that?
that's 5977, which is the Pace residence.
So is the map that we're seeing all the way from the Pace residence down to Mr. Chen's apartment?
It is.
Go ahead and describe that where we're at.
So this is Hickson. We call this around here North Chattanooga and Hickson. So this area down here where he's at, North Chattanooga, it's covered up. But right here, 110 Tremont Street's right in there. And you'll see eventually Walmart, 900 Mountain Creek Road. I've marked the pertinent locations. The body location is up here on the river, down in the But yeah, so basically this is the area that we're mostly going to be looking at, this lower half.
Okay, did you identify on there the significant locations for this case, like Walmart and the body location in Mountain Creek Road? Did you insert that?
I did, and there's a Walgreens here. It's kind of messy on this one because we're so zoomed out, but yes, the body, 900 Mountain Creek, Walmart, the drugstore down here, right next to Tremont Street where the apartment is.
Okay, and the jury can see all of the times associated, which there's a lot of them. In fact, when we get to the bottom, they overlap each other. Does Cellhawk create those times?
It publishes them. The times are created by the provider. So in this case, the red ones are going to be Mr. Chen's, and the green ones are Mrs. Pace. And the times they come from those spreadsheets. So the only thing I physically did in this case is put those addresses and put a pin on the address, and everything else is automated by Cell Hop.
Okay. And you just mentioned this, but we need to be clear, because this is going to continue throughout our time together here. The green is going to represent whose cellular device?
Jasmine Pace.
And the red now and in the future is going to represent whose cellular device?
Jason Chen.
Okay. And did you do that so that we keep them separate?
Yes, it actually chooses the colors for you, but you can alter them. But yes, each phone number is a different color.
General, I've been advised that lunch is here, so we can set up, we can stop. I don't want to cut you off whenever you're ready.
No, Your Honor, when we come back, I'll probably refer back to this slide to explain the next couple, but it's totally fine.
Okay, you ready to take a break at this point?
Sure, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the lunch is arrived, so we can set up. 5 minutes after 1, we'll take our usual hour, 15 minutes, so we'll resume this jury trial at 2:20.
And, Judge, will you let Mr. Hamilton know not to discuss his testimony?
Hey, you'll remain on the record as your witness right now, when you have, don't discuss your testimony. Bring Mr. Chen, please. Parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Ron?
Yes, ready. Okay. Whenever they're ready. All right, please be seated. Counsel, you remain under oath.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, you look different than earlier. Are you the same Mark Hamilton that testified before lunch?
I borrowed the suit from the guy at home.
Okay, good. Okay, good. All right. I'm glad you're back. Okay, so where we left off, as a reminder, because we left off sort of right in the middle here. You had explained to the jury that the green circles or pie shapes from this point forward are going to represent Ms. Pace's phone.
Yes,
And the red is going to represent Mr. Chen's phone.
correct.
In this location, just a brief recap, this map indicates Ms. Pace's travel from her parents' house on 1122 to Tremont Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was there other evidence in this case file that also corroborated that travel?
Yes, ma'am, there's some video looking across the street.
This is State's Exhibit 128. Is this the video you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time of this video, was Miss Pace's phone travel corroborative of the location of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. And my Chevy out.
And the My Chevy, that's correct. So, and the My Chevy trip. They all correspond with the same timeline.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 7. Have you seen this before?
Yes, ma'am.
In the early morning hours of 11:23, can you tell the jury where Miss Pace's phone was located?
It is at this coordinate, which is a GPS internal to the phone that sent it. And so it'll be quite accurate, and that is 110 Tremont Street.
Okay, so we're still going chronologically, okay, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, ma'am.
The next time that we see travel from Mr. Chen is when?
It's the next day.
And is it 11:23 or 11:22?
No, we're into 11:23 now. After she arrived was late on 11:22, and then this pin drop starts in the early morning hours.
That's right, I said that wrong, I'm sorry. So after this event, when is the next time we see Mr. Chen's phone traveling?
I was in the morning time.
At some point in the early morning, well, in the morning hours at 11:23, did Mr. Chen's phone travel to the Walmart?
Yes.
To your, from your memory, was that travel around 10:40 in the morning?
I believe it was, yes, ma'am.
Now, did Miss Pace's cell phone travel from Tremont to Walmart as well?
It did.
Were you able to see Miss Pace's phone and Mr. Chen's phone at the Walmart based on cell hawk information?
Yes, ma'am.
That morning?
I was.
Okay, and have you seen this video that is State's Exhibit 18?
Yes.
Does this video corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone location data?
It does, yes, ma'am.
Do you see Miss Pace in this video?
I do not.
And then again, Exhibit 18 is depicts Mr. Chen checking out at the Walmart. Does this video also corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see Miss Pace in this video?
I do not.
Okay. All right, so now we've seen those videos, but this is actually some cell hawk interpretation. We explained to the jury what we're seeing here based on the videos that we just saw and the testimony you just gave.
Yes, and just to clarify, these circles are not like the ones we saw where a tower is that was showing an Omni antenna. These are actually the estimated location from the two cellular providers, which were T-Mobile in the red and Verizon in the green. Two completely different carriers are both estimating almost identical accuracy and location, and the center of that is the Walmart.
Is this how you were able to testify that both of their phones were at the Walmart around 10:40 to 11 o'clock on
Yes.
11/23?
That, and they both leave Tremont and kind of travel together, so it might not be exactly matched, but they're leaving and arriving about the same time.
Thank you, sir. The next slide is around the same time, also near the Walmart. Can you explain to the jury why this looks different, why the red dots are smaller?
Well, just at that time and period, there wasn't anything from the Pace phone, but what's even better is the tiny dots are much more accurate. So they know you're on these arcs by the time it takes the signal to travel, and where the arcs intersect is basically where they estimate you to be. And when you start getting these small, it's usually pretty accurate. Like we saw, the big circle covered all the Walmart and some surrounding stores. Now we're in the parking lot.
When the arcs intersect, you said that is when we can have a better idea of exactly where
Yes.
the parties are.
Yes, it's not always 100% accurate, but the one thing to remember, you have to be in the coverage of that antenna on that tower, so you're not going to be way on the other side of town. It might put you in the wrong parking lot, but it's not going to put you way off.
But the lines you would testify are arcs from the towers?
Yes, that's the range, so that's how they get this. And on the record, you'll see like 0.68 miles. It's usually plus or minus a tenth. And that's how long it took the signal to travel from that tower at the speed of light. They measure it that fast. It's really blink of an eye, but it works.
Will we continue to see the arcs throughout your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so again, at 10:47, you have documented in Cell Hawk, both of their phones are at or near the Walmart, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so let's keep going chronologically. Do you recall where the next location in Hamilton County Mr. Chen's phone travels to?
I believe he went up towards Sutter Creek.
Do you know, sir, how many minutes it would take for a vehicle to drive from Walmart to Sutter Creek Road?
Just 5 minutes, I'm guessing. I mean, I didn't actually measure that one, but this is the Walmart. And you literally just have to go up to this road right here and turn. It's very close.
So we see those little dots again, is that right?
Yes.
And is that indicative of pretty reliable, more accurate location tracking?
It is, except that's a very steep canyon with the river cut through it. And the tower is up on top of that mountain. And sometimes in here, I've worked more than one case in that area. The signal will actually bounce off of one of the walls and come back, which can put you further away. So like you see these dots up here, that's on the bluff of the mountain. There's no way to get there from here. It's quick. That's where the signal is bounced, so it's measuring the time that's too long. So the average of them, and most of them are on the road, which makes sense. But then all of a sudden it'll jump up here and back. That's due to that really rough terrain. Again, this isn't GPS, so but when you've seen hundreds of cases, you start out, like I know up in there that they're gonna, some of the long ones are gonna be, generally they're long, like up on this mountain, there's no way to jump up there. You gotta drive up like a bunch of crooked roads.
So topography can sometimes affect
can.
Cell Hawk data.
Yes.
Okay. And
Works
then,
much better out in the metropolitan open areas, and when you get up in the canyon, it's a little tough.
can you again highlight with your pointer where Sutter Creek Road is?
So Sutter Creek Road starts right here, and it goes down the river, and there's basically a vertical wall of rock, pretty much. It's very skinny down there, and it goes on and on. But you just hit the road and then the mountain coming down to it, and water. There's a few houses on either side, but that's about it.
Do you recall at this point where Jasmine's phone is?
It's not showing up at this time.
So what does that mean?
It just means it's not communicating with the network for whatever reason. Could be that it just didn't need to, or it could be turned off. Could be in airplane mode. Could be wrapped in aluminum foil, but it's not leaving a trail at the moment.
If the phone is off, does it leave a trail of location data?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If the SIM card is removed, does the location data, is it erupted?
It is. It is.
I'm sorry, interrupted?
Yes.
Okay. So there's multiple reasons why a phone can go, let's call it, from now on, let's call it going black,
Yes.
right?
That's a good time.
Okay. So that's around 11:05. Can you tell the jury where the next location is that Mr. Chen traveled?
It's back to the Walmart area.
Okay, and do you recall how long he stays at the Walmart area on that time, at that time?
Not off the top of my head, it wasn't very long.
At some point, does he travel back to the Walgreens?
He does.
At what time does he travel back to Walgreens?
I think it was around 11.
Could you refer to your note to
Yes,
refresh
ma'am.
your
I
notes to
didn't
refresh your
memorize all those
recollection?
times.
It's okay.
Yeah, I've got the notes here. Let's see here. We are up to the 115 slide. So the next one's 141. I think these slides you got them out of order in there.
Well, let me just ask you this. We can clear it up.
Slide.
At some point later in the day, is Mr. Chen at Walgreens?
He is around 140.
your review, can you see the, can you point your direction in the screen's direction again?
Yes.
All right, so what is this, what's the jury seeing right here?
That is the Walgreens down on the North Shore, which is underneath those, basically underneath those red circles.
And on that red pie shape over there, what's the time saved?
142. This is probably 5 minutes of information there. I'm putting the time like at the first, but he may say, you know, if you stay there a few minutes, there'll be more circles.
Okay, and then, reviewing evidence in this case, were you able to locate any records that indicate that Mr. Chen was at the Walgreens at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
The state, on the screen is State's Exhibit 20. What time in Eastern Standard Time is that military time?
1342 be 142 Chattanooga.
So the cell hawk records that you've shown to the jury of Mr. Chen being at the Walgreens at 141 are supported by video evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move to the 3 o'clock hour when we see Jasmine's phone pop up again. Well, let me ask you this. Where is Jasmine's phone at around 142?
I don't recall where that one was.
You don't recall if it was black or if it was
I
on?
think it was just off at that time because it shows it back up here a little bit.
Okay, so let's go to the 3 o'clock hour. Do you recall at the 3 o'clock hour any activity on either of their phones?
Yes, ma'am, I believe they show back up at the long one. At 350, both of them are actually in the downtown area. In Chattanooga, not in Richmond.
Refer to the screen here. What are we seeing on Cell Hawk in the 350 hour, 350, 4 o'clock hour?
So just to orient you, Tremont would be probably right up in here. It's across the river. But this is downtown where we are now, and these two phones are both using similar towers. And it was, what I saw, it traveled from right to left, so heading from east to west. But this phone had been on for a while, and the red one was off, and then right about here, the red one comes on, and both of them show up at the same time in this downtown area. And this is all happening in the 350s. Some of these, those are estimated locations. These are showing the tower, but they didn't have a location.
Is it your opinion that at this time both of their phones are in the downtown area shown on the screen?
It is. They were traveling at about the same time in the same place.
Are you aware of any activity that you found on both of their cellular records around this time?
Yes, ma'am, there's a text message sent about right here.
And who was that text message from and who was it to?
It was from Jason Chen to Jasmine Pace.
At 4:03 p.m., based on your review of the T-Mobile and the Verizon records, Mr. Chen texted Jasmine, "Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight?"
That's correct.
T-Mobile records.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is this document from?
It's from the phone forensic.
The
It's the forensic download of the message.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Hamilton. I've asked you already, but were you able to review the forensic download from Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through items on that phone?
I did.
Did it include this item?
It did.
And can you describe for the jury, they're going to see it, but it's in a different format. What format is that?
That's Celebrate. That's the tool that we use to download and to process the data coming out. So this is a Celebrate screenshot of the one page on it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be admitted as the state's next exhibit. Mr. Hamilton, on the screen behind you, is this what you're looking at?
Yes.
And
Yes, ma'am.
does Cellbrite note the time that the text was sent?
It does right here, 16:03 UTC minus 5, which would be 4:03 p.m. Chattanooga time.
Okay, and at the below it says body. Is that the body of the? Is that the text message?
Yes.
Okay.
It is, and this is who it's to. And then you infer this is Jason Chen's cell phone, so the from, they don't populate it there, but it's from him to her. And that's, hey, are we still good for dinner tonight?
All right, and in your review of the discovery in this case, did you come across another piece of evidence that corroborates both the location data and the cell phone, the text message
Yes, ma'am.
from the forensic download?
There, I did.
Showing exhibit 121 to the witness. Now, you can see this text message on the screenshot, but can you explain again why this says Wednesday at 3:03 p.m. and this one would indicate 4:03 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, ma'am. The reason is that screenshot was taken later, and the phone was up in Nolensville, and it was on Central Time. So the time, they automatically adjust to what time zone you're in as you're driving across the country. So the screenshot itself was taken up there, so it adjusted the times to Central in that phone. But we know it's forensically, the phone does everything in UTC time, so these reports coming off of Celebrate are accurate, and the records coming off of the provider are in UTC generally. So that describes that discrepancy just because of where the phone was when the screenshot was made of the message.
Are you able to tell the jury, so you testified, we're going back, you testified that at this time, approximately 3:50 something, that both of their phones showed back up in downtown Chattanooga, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to tell the jury if Miss Pace's phone had been on immediately before that, or is this the first time you see it back on?
No, it had been on for a little while.
Okay.
His was off and hers was on, and it was driving around the city.
Is it fair to say hers was coming off and on
Yes.
for the first part of the day on
It
11/23?
was. It went dark, and then it reappeared and rode around, and his was off, and then his and hers just come on almost exactly the same time. Flip-flop.
And to be clear with what you testified to a moment ago, Nolensville, Tennessee is on Central Standard Time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Chattanooga is Eastern Standard Time.
It is.
Okay.
And
Or-
the phone, the forensic tools tell you what time zone it's set to, and it was, I guess it was recovered in Nolensville and secured. It was actually processed down here, but it was still in Central Time when the report was made, but the report is always in UTC time, and so I have to go in the report tools and adjust it to what time zone I want, so that we don't have to do a bunch of math.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
After this, did Mr. Chen go back to Suck Creek
He did.
immediately after?
I don't think so. Well, he travels, it's not on that picture, but he kind of travels across the bridge and over that way. But
He goes from downtown, would it have been back to the North Shore, you're saying?
yes, ma'am, it was.
It was just a few minutes off.
And did he travel back to the Sub Creek area?
He did.
Okay. What are we seeing in this photo?
So that is that same road we saw, just zoomed in a little more at South Creek. And so that's the body location up at the top, and that's him coming down that road again.
Would this be the second time on 11/23 that he's in the Sub Creek Road area?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, does he then go back to the area of 110 Tremont?
I think he went to, yes, he goes to Tremont.
Do you recall what time that was?
Not off the top of my head.
It's okay, these records are complex. Feel free to
Yeah,
look at your
sorry, I
notes.
didn't memorize them. It's 5:08 p.m. is when I see him.
Do these records reflect what you just testified to?
I do, and something to point out, see how this group gets a little bit north of him. I would, from long experience and having to locate, especially missing people by their phone, those dots all belong down here. They're just on that arc and the inaccuracy of the pivot. I don't believe he was moving because it'll jump in seconds and there's no physical way to do that. So these belong down here just in my profession. He's in there, he's not driving around.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall when, how long Mr. Chen is here in the area of Tremont after 5:08 p.m.?
It was 50 minutes, I think.
Okay, and did Mr. Chen's phone begin to leave the area of Tremont around 6 p.m.?
It did.
Okay. In the course of your reviewing the discovery in this case, have you seen this video?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna, this is State's Exhibit 129. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger on the next slide for the jury. You reviewed this video, sir?
I did.
Is the time connected to this video approximately 5:59 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And then is there another video, Mr. Hamilton, in which you can see what appears to be Mr. Chen's vehicle leaving Tremont Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that just a couple of minutes later?
It is.
Is this a screenshot from that video?
Yes, ma'am. That's a still screenshot of it.
Did you place that arrow on this?
I did, just to point out where the vehicle's at to start out in the video.
And Your Honor, that would still be Exhibit 129. It's from the same video. Do Mr. Chen's phone records corroborate him leaving Tremont at almost exactly this time?
They do.
Can you describe for the jury what we see here on the screen?
So that is the start down in here around 110 and then the traveling. And then up 27 highways, most direct route, and by the timing, I believe that's what it took. So that's basically him leaving out and getting up on the highway.
Does Highway 27, can Highway 27 lead you to Sub Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am, it can.
Is that the direction in which Mr. Chen's cell phone travels?
I believe so. By the timing, it would almost have to be.
Does Mr. Chen's phone arrive at the Sub Creek area around 13 minutes later?
It does.
Can you please, again, describe what we're seeing for the jury and show the jury where Sub Creek Road is?
So this is that highway that we just saw a little lower down here, and then you get off, and these again are going to be close. A lot of factors there, but the dots are traveling down Sub Creek Road towards the body location.
How accurate are the dots in this photograph?
The size of them, I don't remember the meters, but it's pretty small. Those are pretty good, but we know he's not driving through the middle of the Comanche plant. So again, this is not GPS, but the average of all of it is pretty accurate. If you're moving fast, it's usually not as accurate as if you're sitting for a minute. The problem here is there's not as many towers, and the more towers that are involved in the map, the better. And when you get in that canyon, you're kind of on your own with one or two. But the general travel direction's good.
Let's move forward to 2 minutes later. 6:15 on 11/23. Now describe for the jury why this looks a little bit different.
So this is just it's zoomed in more. These range rings that are on further out are where I was talking about it bouncing off of the vertical cliffs, and it jumps back and forth. But if you average all that together, it puts you pretty close.
And you testified about how long it would take to get from Tremont to certain locations, but did you actually look at anything on Google Maps to help the jury understand the distance between certain locations?
I did. I just ran a address from travel trip from point A to point B and let Google tell me, because they know the speeds and average travel times.
Is this a screenshot from the Google Maps?
It is.
And it shows that it takes how long to get from Tremont to Suck Creek?
13 minutes.
Does that corroborate the location data that you retrieved from Cellhawk?
It does.
Do you recall what time Mr. Chen departs the Suck Creek area?
It was not long. He was 6:33 p.m. when he leaves out of there.
All right, and do you recall, and this is him leaving,
Yes, so these dots are stuck. There's no good way to do this in court, but they're laid down consecutively, like in a video, and he's going out now.
okay, so based on this photo, you can tell that he's actually leaving the location of the body.
Yes, so this dot is older than that dot, so as you're going that way, which is at 6:33, he's headed out.
Do you recall where Mr. Chen's phone goes from this location?
Goes to the Walmart parking lot in Red Bank, same Walmart we saw earlier.
This is the same Walmart that he was at earlier in the day
Yes, ma'am.
that's nearby, is that correct?
It is.
Okay, and is there, I apologize, here we are. Tell the jury what we're seeing. This looks a little bit different. Looks like it's just zoomed in.
Yeah, he was in the area of Walmart. There's the super center down here at the bottom. Again, these dots can get inaccurate, especially like even in that location, they can be off some, but he's near the Walmart.
And do you recall if there's anything significant about Mr. Chen's phone being back at the Walmart again?
There is, because Jasmine Pace's phone reappears at the Walmart.
So when you say reappears, what do you mean?
It's been dark for this whole time period, and now it shows back up.
And can you look at the screen, please?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that represent?
That's the estimated location of Jasmine Pace's cell phone by Verizon, and it's pretty much centered on Walmart, and it's 6:21.
Is this location the last location for several days that you see Miss Pace's phone?
The location is, but not the time.
So, tell the jury what you mean.
I see it again here in a minute, but
Okay,
it's never seen anywhere else after.
okay. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am. So
Oh, okay.
6:49.
You-
Same location.
A few minutes later, it's detected again near the Walmart.
Yes,
And then does it go dark?
it does.
One second, Judge. Based on Ms. Pace's cell phone records, the Verizon records, were you also able to corroborate that her phone went dark around this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in this photo?
So this is from Verizon. It's part of those records we've been seeing. And this tells you a date and time. These numbers, I think we'll go over those in a few minutes, but these are kind of like serial numbers that tell you what phone it is. And model and make. But basically, this is the cell sites. And right there, you notice there's just blanks. Well, there's incoming calls or text, and they go nowhere because there's no tower connected because the phone's not on the network anymore. So the activity showing up is actually inbound. And the phone doesn't acknowledge it, so you get this blank, just a blank column.
And you see that the next, under the green highlighting, the next activity appears to be 11/26/2022, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it jumps up to the 26th.
Based on your review of the file, do you know why that would be?
I do, because her family reactivated, they got a new SIM card for that number and reactivated a phone. And so the new activity starts showing up.
After this, do you recall if Mr. Chen's phone went back to the area of Walgreens?
Walgreens, yeah, probably did.
Sir, do you know approximately how far it is from the Walmart to the Walgreens?
It was, I think it was a 12, 13 minutes.
Did you look it up on Google for the jury?
It's on Google. It was
Can you refer to the
9
screen?
minutes. Yes, ma'am.
This is just from a simple Google Map search.
It is, the addresses are right here.
Have you seen this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time would that be in the right-hand corner?
In local Chattanooga, that is 7 p.m.
Exhibit 21, Your Honor. Does this video of Mr. Chen at the Walgreens at 7 o'clock corroborate his cell phone records?
It does.
And at some point, a while later, do we see Mr. Chen back at Tremont?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what time he arrived back at Tremont?
I don't, but it wasn't long after that.
In your review of the evidence, were you able to see this video?
Yes.
Would you agree that that person appears to be leaving a building?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be a screenshot, is that correct?
It is.
All right, and now we go back to phone records. Did Mr. Chen's phone indicate that he was leaving the Tremont apartments around this time?
It did.
Around the exact same time that he is seen leaving the Tremont apartment building, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, just a minute later.
And do you recall where he went?
It goes to 900 Mountain Creek.
And is there other evidence that you've reviewed that would corroborate his travel to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
There is a camera that's across the street from Tremont. And my Chevy.
And the My Chevy app you
Yes, ma'am.
said? Exhibit 2, you can see that Exhibit 2 indicates a start time of 8:27 and an end time of 8:45, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone records?
It does.
And were you able to, using his cell phone records, actually map him in the direction of 900 Mountain Creek Road?
I was able to map that, yes, ma'am.
And then you mentioned this video, this is Exhibit 129 from Arctic camera footage, 11/23. Why is this significant, sir?
Because you can see the Pace vehicle, and I can make out the hat and the hoodie that I saw in the ring camera in the hallway.
It's your opinion that the person in this car is the same person in the hallway at that apartment building?
Yes, ma'am.
This video jumps a little bit, but are we seeing the white Chevrolet pull out
Right here.
of Tremont Street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is this a screenshot
It is, that's when he's turning that corner and the colors aren't showing up on this display very well, but you can make out the red in that hat and the gray hoodie.
Do Mr. Chen's cell phone records corroborate that he would be leaving Tremont Street at this time?
They do.
And did you Google map for the jury approximately how long it would take to get from Tremont Street to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
I did.
You can look at the screen for me. Approximately how long would that take?
It's a 12-minute trip.
Mr. Chen left the apartment around 8:30. Exhibit 24, have you seen this video before, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is this video taken from the Mountain Creek Road apartment buildings?
It is. Right here.
Does that appear to be a white SUV?
Yes, ma'am.
At this point in time, is Mr. Chen's cell phone location data showing that he is in or around 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And then have you also seen the next part of this video that shows what looks like or has been testified to a Prius pulling into this parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
What time does that Prius pull into the parking lot?
8:49.
Mr. Hamilton, I'm going to approach you with 2 documents. Can you look at those for me? Do you recognize those?
I do.
What are these documents?
Those are extracted from Mr. Chen's cell phone by Celebrate, and they're pieces of an app. Oh, it's a list app.
Okay,
It
so-
has some remnants of messaging in it.
So these were extracted in the cell phone download, correct?
Correct, from Mr. Chen's cell phone.
That's why you said Cellbrite, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and when you say from an app, what does that mean?
So I'm sure most of us are familiar with smartphones. You can install apps, and even if you want to install that app, most of them leave pieces around your phone where they store stuff. And in this particular case, there's pieces of an app for Lyft to get a car ride. And it left some telltale messages, and that's what the
Your Honor, I asked if we moved into evidence and citizens. Now, you just testified to Lyft, 218, Judge? I'll have you look at the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
This would be the first page of Exhibit 218. Now, can you tell the jury, while looking at this, can you describe for the jury what you mean by an app and how we know that it's from the Lyft app?
Okay. The reason we know it's in this database tells us where it's stored at. It's telling us it was using data on the network. But what's interesting is it's Zimride. So I learned something in this case. That was a computer nerd, and he wanted to go see his girlfriend in college in California. He couldn't afford it, so he created an app to get people to pick him up and take him to see his girl. And his name was Zimmer. He started that in 2012, and so it was called Zimride for a year, and then they changed the name to Lyft. But that's a computer programmer, and that's where Zimride came from. So
Okay,
it's still called internally because I guess that was their early software. It's still called Zimride, but it's Lyft.
and what would the timestamp there be indicative of?
So UTC 5 minus 5 is Eastern West Chattanooga time, and that is at 2039, which is 8:39 for non-military folks.
And then the second page of 218 shows the same thing, except now we've got a different time on there. Is that correct?
Yes, this is actually application coming in, and it's at 2050, which would be 8:50 p.m. So we're 11 minutes later.
How do you know it's a notification coming in?
It says location feedback notification.
Okay, and where is Mr. Chen's cell phone at 8:50 p.m.?
It's in the parking lot of 900 Mountain Creek on the corner right beside the parking lot.
Does this map reflect that testimony?
Yes, so this is the whole parking lot, and it's showing him right there on the main street.
At this point, does Mr. Chen's phone appear to travel back to the Tremont Apartments?
It does.
How long of a trip again would that be, Mr. Hamilton?
It's 12
It's on the screen.
minutes.
Are you able to tell us at what time both the gray Prius and Mr. Chen's cell phone arrived back at Tremont Street?
Yeah, it was about 12 minutes later, so.
Is there video evidence that
There is,
corroborates
yeah.
this as well?
That same Arctic camera catches it.
Exhibit 129.
Yes, ma'am, at 9:02, and we left at 8:50, so 12 minutes. And there's the Prius.
And does this video corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone records?
It does, his records coming around at the same time. And they're stopping and putting the hazards on and letting somebody out. You'll see them kind of run right up in here. And
Actually,
that's a zoom of it there.
Yeah, I think this is a video that zooms in on it. Does that person appear to have a hoodie on?
They did.
And at this point in time, are Mr. Chen's phone records showing that he is back at his apartment on Tremont Street?
They are.
All right. The next question I ask you is significant. Where was Mr. Chen's cell phone from this time on 11/23 until midday on 11/25?
It was here.
It was at his apartment
Yes.
the entire time.
Yes.
Didn't go anywhere.
No.
Would you agree that that's basically a day and a half?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified earlier that you testified to the jury what the difference between a SIM card and a cell phone is,
Yes.
correct? Are you aware in this case that Ms. Pace's SIM card was located at some point, and I apologize, this is the slide that shows Mr. Chen back at Tremont, is that correct?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, are you aware that this was found in Mr. Chen's possessions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is 167-2, State's Exhibit. Have you seen this photo before?
I have.
Have you also seen the forensic report that was extracted by the digital forensics unit
Yes,
from
ma'am.
this SIM card?
I have.
Now you're seeing Exhibit 201 next to Exhibit 167-2.
Correct.
The SIM card report shows that, well, what does the SIM card report show?
So on this slide, what I'm showing is, it's called ICCID, and you can read it there, Integrated Circuit Card Identifier. It's all these they're like serial numbers. That's what's printed on the outside. That's an ICCID. Electronically, this is extracted by Celebrite, so that nobody typed anything in there. That number matches that number, so that tells me this report was on the device that they physically took a picture of. There's only one of these in the world with that number, because your phone would get mixed up with somebody, so you can't have any duplicates. So that tells me this report's valid, and it matches what they found of the knowns.
Now, for your purposes, is there another significant number on this forensic report?
There is.
And what is that?
It'll be, well, to a max, so,
This exhibit 201 still,
yeah,
Judge?
the MC is kind of an internal number on that card that tells them,
MC, and you're saying
Yeah, that's-
IMSI.
yeah, International Mobile Subscriber Identity. Nah, that's how you show up on their network. You're not the phone number, you're actually an MC, and then they translate. I know it's a little complicated, but another unique number that's only gonna be in that card. And it matches, this is from Verizon records. So now I'm looking at, to see if the forensic download of the physical card matches the records that were sent by Verizon, and it does because the MC matches. So now we know the card is the right card, we know we did the right phone, and we know we got the right records. They all match. So, and there's another number that's kind of important.
That's right. It says subscriber MSISDN. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that stand for?
So that's the Mobile Station International Subscriber Directory number, which we all call my phone number. That's your phone number. So it's right down here, and it's, when they do the whole thing, it'll always have a 1 because the United States is area code 1. But that's her phone number. So that can change on that card. You can change phone numbers on the same SIM card. You can have SIM cards with more than one phone number, but in this case, that's her phone number and that's her number.
For your purposes, is the IMEI also significant?
It is.
All right, let's talk on the screen behind you. Let's talk. What's the IMEI?
So this number is basically engraved into your phone. It has nothing to do with the SIM card. Sometimes it's hidden, but it's on the SIM card holder. But that is the serial number of your hardware, your phone itself. That's you. The network gets broadcast to the network, and the reason they do that is that's another way to identify you're the right person. But mainly, if somebody steals your phone, you can report it stolen. They'll put this IMEI, which is your equipment identity, they'll put it on a list and then we'll let that phone back on the network. So that's very important to identify the physical phone, no matter what SIM card it's
So to clear this up for the jury, because we've talked about the difference between the phone and the SIM card,
in.
are you aware that vehicles have a VIN number
Yes, ma'am.
that identifies the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Is the IMEI basically like a phone's, the physical phone's VIN number?
It is. That's a good way to put it.
Look-
You can't change it. It's electronically embedded into it. And there's only one in the world, so that identifies the actual phone. No matter if it's SIM card, no SIM card, that way you'll know whose phone it is.
At some point on 11/25, is there something that happens that involves Jasmine Pace's phone based on your explanation of the IMEI?
Yes, ma'am.
And what would that be?
Jason Chen's SIM card gets put in Jasmine Pace's cell phone, and he starts using her nice bigger iPhone 13.
And can you please refer to the screen and explain to the jury how based on these telephone records you know that?
So this is his records from T-Mobile, and here's that IMEI we were talking about, and we have them both from the forensic download and from his records and her records, so I got them 3 different ways. And this IMEI, actually encoded into that IMEI is the make and model, so they can determine that from when it comes in. But that number is unique in the world, and right here, you'll see that ends in 2297, and it's an iPhone XR. Right here, it turns into 2742. Now you'll see on the other records, there's actually a number after the 2. That's a check sign. So they're 14 digits. Some of them have an extra digit to check them, but you just kind of ignore it. But his phone changes into an iPhone 13 Pro Max, which is what hers is. And that happens on 11/25 at 2:07 in the afternoon.
So is it your opinion that Mr. Chen on November 25th, 2020 inserted his own SIM card into Jasmine Pace's phone?
Somebody did, yes, ma'am.
Somebody did.
I'm not sure who did it, but they had to physically remove it from the one phone because it was working. And less than a minute later, it shows up in another device. So it doesn't take long to plug them in. I'm sure most of us have done that. But yeah, somebody physically moved it from one piece of hardware to the other.
Were you able to see at this time, were you able to view at this time Mr. Chen's last location record?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the slide on the big screen
Yeah, it's,
reflective of that?
it is. That's going to be, it's not, the dots are again drifting a little bit, but he's down North Chen.
Close to Tremont Street?
Yes. Here's, it's hard to see, but that's Tremont, and the dots are, they're floating around in here. And you got, it's 207 and 20, and then 207.42. And the very last blip from that thing was at 51 seconds, 207.51.
So we're able to see here his last record from his iPhone, and then are you
Yes.
able to see when his SIM card is inserted into Jasmine Pace's phone?
Yes, ma'am, because that IMEI number changes. And that's,
I'm sorry, there you
oh
go.
yeah, see his IMEI is in 97, that's his iPhone that's been for the entire time. And right in this 1 minute, it changes to what hers has been for this entire time. I think that was,
Is it about to change on the next slide?
it is. And now we're 54 seconds later, and there is her hardware serial number shows up in his T-Mobile records. The phone doesn't care whose phone it is. When you put that SIM card in, it becomes your phone and your phone number. The apps don't change and that kind of stuff, but the phone, the calls, the texts, and all will go with the number in the SIM card. So he came back up on the network under a minute with his same SIM card per phone.
And do you know how long his SIM card stayed in her phone?
Actually, I think it stayed in there until 11/28.
The day of November 28,
Yes, ma'am.
2022?
Yes.
And at some point, using Mr. Chen's location records, because let's clarify for the jury. He's got Jasmine's phone, but his SIM card. So does that mean that we are still able to track him based on his phone records?
Yes. Yep, same records. The only thing that changes is the column that says IMEI and the column that says make him on. Everything else is the same.
At some point on, I'm sorry, were you going to say anything? Okay. On November 25th, 2022, at some point does Mr. Chen travel from Hamilton County to Nolensville, Tennessee?
He does.
And is that reflected on the screen?
It is.
Can you talk to the jury about this, please?
This is just zoomed out, and then I let it not erase the dots, so for the entire trip, so you can just see, you know, if you watched it as a movie, you just see it slowly progressing, you know, the highway, but that is following the interstate back up to Nashville.
And approximately how long does it take him to get from Chattanooga to Nolensville?
I think that one was about a little over 2 hours.
And did you also look up that trip on Google Maps?
I did.
Is it on the screen right now?
Yes, ma'am. That's it.
Would it take approximately 2 hours to get from Chattanooga to Nolensville?
Correct.
Can you see, are you aware of, were you made aware of Mr. Chen's parents' address?
I was. That's actually in the cell records.
Okay. And were you able to identify at what time Mr. Chen arrived at his parents' home on November 25th?
Yes, ma'am. It was 4:50.
Can you explain to the jury what we see here?
So this pin is showing their location in the Ashburn Fort. And this is saying he's using, at 4:51 he's using this side of the tower. At 4:52 he starts using this side. So I think he's transitioned beyond this line right here, the one that's kind of straight down. And then that dot right there is in the 4:50 time frame. So right around 4:50 he's pretty close to Ashburn.
How long does he stay based on the phone records in Nolensville?
He stays until the 27th.
Where does he go on November 27th?
He comes back to the North Shore in Chattanooga. So this is his travel southbound, coming back this way.
Okay, and then this next slide, what does this show?
That shows the entire travel path. What I found, he didn't deviate really, he just came straight in.
What area of town does his phone travel back to in Chattanooga?
He's just a little bit west of Tremont Street. Kind of, we call it Renaissance Park, but he never does actually show up right all the way to Tremont, but he's within a few blocks of it.
That would indicate to the jury that you are able to see with quite a bit of accuracy where a phone is located, is that correct?
It is.
Because here you know that he doesn't make it all the way back to Tremont, but you know that he's nearby, is that right?
Correct.
And when we say that you know he is nearby, we mean you know where his phone is.
Phone is correct. not
And his phone was just a few blocks from Tremont Street
Yes.
at, let's see, I've got this, 637
Yes.
on
So
1127, yeah, so go ahead and map it out for the jury.
here's 110 Tremont, that camera we've been watching is right here on this intersection. And that's just a couple blocks to walk. That phone stays over in this area. And we've got a long history of seeing what it looks like when it's at Tremont. It kind of bounces around on these arcs, so it never makes it that far. It stays a little bit, block or two away.
Are you aware, Mr. Hamilton, of what time on November 27, 2022, the Chattanooga Police Department was able to secure Mr. Chen's apartment?
I think it was 10:30.
Will you refer to your notes and see if you can find it in there?
I think that's still, that slide's not in this. I don't recall.
Do you
I don't think I
recall?
have that slide. It was late that evening. I remember it was 10, 11 o'clock.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall that it was after this?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall what time Mr. Chen's phone leaves, well, Ms. Pace's phone with Mr. Chen's SIM card in it leaves the area of Tremont and North Chattanooga?
Yes, it was around 9:30.
And the jury, if you'll remember, is not from Hamilton County. Can you describe for them where Mr. Chen travels to?
So Hickson will be north up here. It's actually a little bit further than where the Pace family lives. It's up towards that way, but it's just north of there. It's a suburb of, kind of blends in with the North Shore, and then it becomes Hickson.
What do we see on this map?
So this is him leaving that area around a little bit west of Fraser Avenue and starting to travel. I'm starting to see movement.
Are you able to see when his phone arrives in Hickson?
I do. It's, like it should be about 10 minutes later he's in that area.
You would describe Hickson as not too far from the North Shore?
No, it's a short drive, depending on traffic.
Do you recall how long Mr. Chen's phone stays in the Hickson area?
Yeah, he stayed for till 10:15.
Can you describe for the jury what we see in this photo?
So he's left, Hickson would be up here. He's leaving out and traveling back down. There's some gaps here and there, but he's traveling back to I-24. So here's downtown and Tremont. And there's the interstate. So he's back on I-24 heading back north.
And then where does Mr. Chen's phone take him?
Eventually he gets back to Nolensville to Ashburn for his parents' house.
Is that where he goes after he leaves Hickson?
It is. He makes I think he makes a few stops on the way, but he gets there.
Is this map indicate his travel back to Nolensville?
It does.
Why would there be that gap in this one?
That basically be the phone's not communicating with the network for the myriad of reasons we discussed earlier. There's a lot, but it's not on, or it's just, it was battery died and had to recharge it.
And then where does Mr. Chen's phone stay for the remainder of the records?
It stays at Nolensville. It's kind of hard to see, but there's the address, the actual house, and the almost centered in the estimated location. But yeah, it stays there up through what I saw.
Okay. So, is it your opinion that Mr. Chen's cellular location data matches the other discovery that you have seen in this case?
It is.
The other evidence that you have seen in this
Yes.
case? It is your opinion that Mr. Chen left his apartment on the night of November 23rd, 2022 and drove to Sup Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're done with location data. You testified that you inspected both Mr. Chen's forensic download, correct?
Correct.
How much time did you spend inspecting Mr. Chen's forensic download?
Not a lot, because I wasn't allowed to until very recently. I probably have 10, 20, I'd say 10 or 12 hours.
Okay. And how long were you able, what amount of time did you spend with his cellular records from T-Mobile?
Probably 50, 60 hours. A lot of that was actually converting those oddball videos in the standard format so that they play in court and corroborating what a report said. Because I actually went through all the police reports and all, and kind of built the case myself, not knowing anything about it. I like to do that first and then talk to the detectives and find out what their story is. So I spent a lot of time reading and trying to wrap my head around what happened just from all the notes that are in the discovery file.
And you did that in this case?
I did.
You want to pull it up? Who's accessing? Oh, Mr. Hamilton, I'm going to rely on your eyeglasses for this one.
No.
And then we'll zoom in for the jury, but I'm going to ask you to look at this best you can.
Turn the lights on.
Can we turn the lights on? That's actually a good idea.
That helps. Okay. Yeah, I can read that now.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is a page from the cell providers. This is called SMS, which stands for short message, but this is content of text message. And sometimes we get those, and in this case, that's what we have is different text messages.
And can you tell whose phone those records are from?
I can, it's from Jasmine Pace's phone because it has the EMS ISDN, which tells me the phone number. It has all those numbers we talked about. So I know this is Jasmine's phone, and this is the content of some of her text messages. So it has a date and time with the message and who it's from, who it's to.
Do you recall reviewing these records?
I do.
Your Honor, as these records be entered as the state's next exhibit, granted the Verizon Verizon records are already in evidence, but I would like for this specific record to be in evidence.
219.
Yes, sir.
You can keep it up there.
Okay.
All right, let's see, I tried to do it on this time where I can, zoom in so we can help here.
Yeah, that's pretty small.
Oh, wow, I did it. Okay, all right, so are these the records that you were looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
And over to the beginning at the left, you'll see message arrival and final disposition. What does that mean?
That tells you what time it came in, and then if the phone was not on the network, like you turned it off, and then you turn it back on, those messages sit in the hopper, and as soon as you turn your phone on, they pop in there. So those times aren't always the same. If they are, it means your phone got the message immediately.
Objection, may I revoke? Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Hamilton, one thing, before the bench conference, my colleague reminded me, this actually says T-Mobile SMS content, but is this Verizon SMS content?
It is.
That would be inaccurate, it's actually
It is.
Verizon, correct? That was
That's
my-
correct.
That was my mistake. Okay, let's go back here. Sorry, Judge, it's not like
Take your time. Got a computer expert on stand.
That's Apple, I don't do that. Oh, man.
Your Honor, prosecution on top. Okay, looky there. All right, so here's a larger version of the image. Would you agree?
Yes.
And now, let's see, I'll get a pointer. Okay. Over here, would you agree that this is Jasmine's phone number?
Yes, ma'am, that's Jasmine Pace's phone.
Does this indicate that these are Jasmine Pace's phone records?
It does.
Okay, and I'm going to draw your attention over here. And Paul, if you could scroll down just a little bit. All right, so we're in the time frame of the 4 o'clock hour. Would that be AM?
So yes, that's actually the correct number, because, and the reason, you have to know where a switch is, and that's the Duluth switch, which I'm familiar, that's in Atlanta, so those times are actually accurate. To Chattanooga time, because we're both in the same time zone.
Are these records indicating activity on Miss Pace's phone?
They are, their text messages coming in.
Okay, and can you scroll over General Moyle? Okay, so in the 4 o'clock hour, what are we seeing on the right?
So this is the content of the text message. These crazy ones, a lot of them are the emojis, and they have symbols to represent them, which I don't even try to decode that. But these are just plain English that'll show up on the phone. And I'm seeing Truist, which I know to be a bank, codes to get into the account. And there's Credit One Bank, there's Cash Out, there's Truist again. So these are mostly banking apps, and somebody's requesting the passcode to get into it. And it's sending it because it's coming from the app on the phone that has the app on it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we go back to the Okay. Now let's go back, those were the Verizon records, let's go back to the T-Mobile records. Are you able to, using the records, are you able to actually search for different types of notifications?
You can, so yes, you can search for, it's a Celebrate report mostly, but you can also do it in the records. You can search for terms. So you can put a word or a number or whatever, and it'll go find it out through whatever the database report, it'll find it.
So if you were to enter the word banana, it might show you where banana is used in those records?
Yes.
Okay. And you said this is in Celebrate, is that correct? No, I'm sorry, what you just described, the searching.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes. The other one was actually from the record.
I'm going to hand you this document. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Did you, using Celebrate, search for a word?
Did
What was that word?
tender. I don't know if you're putting it up there, but yes, we're T-I-N-D-E-R, tender.
Would that confidently pull up all of the tender activity on someone's phone?
Yeah, it will, even if there's, the app's no longer there, there's still a piece of crumbs laying around, and it'll find them, so yeah, I think what it did.
Your Honor, I ask that this United States Exhibit 220. Yes, ma'am. If you can please turn to the screen. This is Exhibit 220. 1120, are these the records you were just looking at?
They are.
All right, we're gonna zoom in. On these records, 1121, can you see that there was activity on Mr. Chen's Twitter?
Yes, there's some cookies, 1120, and then here's 1121.
What do cookies mean?
They're like they sound almost, they're like a breadcrumb. It's a piece of information stored on your device that lets them know what time of day. And we get it on web pages. They're part of the revenue stream from ads and things.
Would that indicate activity?
It would,
Okay.
at least the app is running.
And then is there any activity from 1122, 2022?
Tell me.
And then what is the first activity from Tinder on 1123, 2022?
This is local time, Chattanooga, 9:51 in the morning on the 23rd.
And then there's more activity at 9:52, is that correct?
Yes,
And 9:52 and 9:52, and then we jump to 12:55.
correct.
And what would Grace indicate?
That would be a name of some contact name that's stored.
And do you see here at 9:52, does Jason send a message on Tinder?
He does. It says like, so I guess we're dating now.
And then does Victoria say something at
Yeah.
21:50?
He does. So let's see who he contacted in the morning, and then this would be at 9:50 at night. So that same evening on the 23rd at 9:50 p.m. Haha, really? Question mark, why is that? Well, it's my opinion.
I did. Okay, apparently it's, at one point, Mr. Hamilton, I mentioned Twitter. For clarity, this is Tinder, correct?
Correct. It's Tinder, T-I-N-D-E-R.
And now we're going to go to a zoomed in shot of the bottom of the original page, the Tinder page.
Yes.
This is now 11:28,
Correct.
and is Mr. Chen reaching out to Sarah and asking her what's going on?
He is.
Were these notifications, the notifications from 11/23/2022, were those after Miss Pace's phone had sent a location to another phone?
Yes.
What about the Truist messages and the bank messages? Were those after the PIN
They were.
was sent to someone?
Because her pin was at 2 a.m. and these are 9 a.m., 10, all the way down through, we get down to 9, almost 10 o'clock at night here.
All right. Lastly, I'm going to ask that you look through these records. I'm sorry, I need to show it to defense counsel. I apologize. records for me? Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am, they're from Celebrate, Jason Chen's cell phone, their messages.
Would that have been discovered through the forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone?
It is.
And did you review those messages?
I did.
Are those text messages?
Yes, they're called iMessages, so there's a distinction.
Sure.
Text messages are sent to a different packet of data, but iMessages are just internet. So you can't read it when they're in the air, but, yeah, so this is specific to an Apple phone. And it's called iMessage.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these records be submitted as collective exhibit 221, Iowa State unit.
Yes.
Okay, I believe that's exhibit 220,
221.
221, I apologize.
Are those state?
Here we go, Judge. Do these records indicate text messages on Mr. Chen's phone from a certain time period?
They do.
And what's that time period?
That was starting at 11/23.
Do they go briefly into 11/25? Okay. So we're going to start here. These are from 11/24. Can you tell the jury who these messages would be from?
Yeah, if there's a contact stored in the phone, it'll put the name with it. If there's no contact, it'll just have the phone number. So when you see both the number and a name, that's somebody that was stored in the phone. So like in this case, it says Nina, I guess it's good pronunciation. There's some other numbers that have no name by them, so it's somebody that's not stored in his contacts. So it keeps a record of the number, but you gotta put the name in yourself.
Now, are these, so these are coming to Jason's phone, is that correct?
Yes, so over here, it'll tell you red.
That means that they're to him and not from him, is that correct?
Yes.
And does this mean anything to you? We're going to place search, and also, well, first of all, can you tell the jury why we see multiple of the same text message?
Those are group messages where you pick 4 or 5, however many people, and send one message to all of them at once.
And it's going to show up here multiple times.
It does.
So that's not actually 5 messages of you guys running more war zone. It's just one message sent to 5 people.
Yeah, and if you notice the times, there's blocks of 5 at the same time, so,
Okay.
and the 5 numbers, so,
And for group messages, we would continue to see that.
yes.
Does this mean anything to you? You guys running more war zone? We're gonna play search.
I think, to me, that looks like a game player, and they're chatting with the phones between the group.
Would you agree we're going in reverse chronology with these?
Yes.
So at the bottom here, we have 11/23/2022, and what would that time be?
That would be 11:56 p.m. on the 23rd, and then the dates are getting higher up top.
Just before midnight?
Yes, that's what, 3.5 minutes, 2 minutes, 40-some seconds before midnight on the 23rd.
And the next page, again, we're going reverse chronology. Now, what does that green mean?
That is, I believe, that is for the Android.
But I'm saying now, who's
Oh.
sending these messages?
Oh, Jason is,
And do we know that based on this?
Yes.
But also the position of the text?
yes, it says sent instead of red.
And these are on 11/23/2022?
Yes, and I believe, actually, that phone was, it was on Central Time, so that actually be off an interview.
And off an hour in which way?
It's earlier, so it's actually
106?
106, yes.
106
Chattanooga, if we go with Chattanooga time,
Okay, on the 24th, but
yes.
late night on the 23rd, early morning hours of the 24th.
Yes.
Okay.
This is all Nashville time in this report.
And right here, when you get down to 22, that is the late night on the 23rd, is that correct?
Yes, that actually been 10, so that'd be 11:30 at night.
Okay, and is your opinion still that they're speaking of gaming, is what you said, which would be video games?
Yes, ma'am, I believe it is.
Is 11:23 at approximately midnight, is that after 11:23 at 2:15 in the morning?
No, that's prior to,
No, I'm
oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry, on the 23rd, yes, it is.
11:23 at 2:15 a.m. is before this, is that correct?
Correct. That's 20 hours.
And from 6 p.m. on 11/23, when Mr. Chen left his apartment and went to Sup Creek Road, how much later is this?
That's, what, 5-6 hours?
And then they keep going for pages without Mr. Chen responding. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And are these more group messages to Mr. Chen?
They are, I look at the time column because that tells you real quick, there's 4 of them at the exact same second. So yes, there's some group messages. There's,
Do these messages indicate maybe some video gaming going on?
that looks like the language. I'm not a gamer, but that's, would be common.
This is going down chronologically, so we're around 9:30 down here.
Yes, ma'am. 9:30 p.m. Chattanooga.
And is there anything, did you see anything else from Mr. Chen from the time, from 11/23/2022?
I don't recall seeing anything else.
You can see here where we get from 11/23 to 11/22.
Right.
That's it for the state judge.
break. So we'll be back when that clock says 4:10.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll have a report out to read it.
Okay.
Anthony, if you could let the jurors know we're going to take the motion, so it may be a minute before we get them back.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any specific text messages that you're wanting to get in, or any specific text message of the state suggested?
So we're looking to introduce the entirety of the text messages, and the most important thing that the motion states is that it's for non-hearsay purposes. We're trying to establish that Jasmine Pace and Jason Chen had a relationship. This isn't just a one-night thing. And these text messages show the entire relationship between Jasmine and Jason. And so it shows when they were dating, how they would go out. There's not any particular text message that the defense intends to point to and actually even discuss with Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton? Okay.
And what's the state position?
Your Honor, the state has multiple positions. First of all, for the record, this came up between the parties on Monday. It was noted that we would object to these messages, and we just received this motion approximately 4.5 minutes ago. So, I've barely had time to review it, but I do know how the state feels about it because, number one, it's hearsay. It is, the only party opponent in this case would be Jason Chen versus the state of Tennessee. So they are hearsay. For the truth of the matter asserted, Mr. Weiss has admitted he's trying to assert the length and nature of the relationship between the defendant and the decedent and the amount of time the defendant and the decedent spent together. That's for the truth of the matter asserted. He cannot point to an actual hearsay exception, such as effect on the listener. There is no hearsay exception in here because they are hearsay. More importantly, the text messages are approximately 200 pages. They go back to 2021 when the two of them first spoke on Bumble. 2021. And then they pick back up in conversation in 2022, approximately April or May, Your Honor. A majority of the text messages cannot have any relevance to this case. Unless there was a text message, which there is not, in which she's threatening the defendant for some reason, none of them are relevant. So first of all, they're hearsay. Second of all, they're not relevant, even though the threshold is low. 2021 messages are not relevant to a homicide that occurred in 2022 in a trial that's in 2025. They are simply not relevant. They are hearsay. They're being used by the defendant. Those are his own statements. That is inadmissible hearsay. Next step, after the court makes a ruling, we believe that there are specific messages that pertain to potentially sexual relations that are inappropriate and further inadmissible. They're prejudicial, they're irrelevant, they're inappropriate, and they're not for the jury to see in a homicide case.
Let's take it backwards. I do know that the rape shield law prevents sexual related information about the victim, people other than the defendant. I think that same body case law makes it pretty clear that the relationship between the victim and the defendant is admissible. So I don't, unless there's a specific case you're referring to, I think generally that's the law as well.
Your Honor, Rule 412 also doesn't apply to a murder case, it only applies to sex offense cases.
No.
That's the very first part of 412.
A text message from early 2022 about sexual relations between the defendant and the victim are not relevant to a homicide trial in November of 2022.
Well, I'm a little at a loss without knowing the specifics of the text messages to make a determination of whether the text messages whether any text message happens to be unfairly prejudicial. So that's one of the criteria that I'm going to have to look at.
Would you like to see the text messages? Your Honor?
I can't. So, obviously, say there's 2,000 reasons.
There's 200 pages, Judge. I don't know how many messages there are.
240, but I mean, there's not that much information on each page, so yes, 240 pages, but it's,
So what I don't want, I'm generally leaning towards, if there's a specific message that you can point out, Mr. Weiss, that represents what the type of message you want to get in, it might be easier for me to look at it, make sure that while it might meet the criteria you're talking about, it still may be unfairly prejudicial and not meet that threshold.
Your Honor, I've listed all these reasons in this motion, and this is not a written motion that I had to file or write up. This is something that I would have tried to introduce it, somebody would have objected, and we would have been right here.
What we're talking about, please talk about the substance of your motion.
So the entirety of the vestiges are relevant for non-hearsay purposes, and I list up.
Well, let me start by saying this. Let me let you know the way I see things now. That might help guide your argument. Generally speaking, I do understand that if one party puts in part of a conversation or part of a relationship, the party can, for the little completeness, put in other aspects of the conversation, whether they're long or short. And so I do think that militates towards admission of some of these. I do think that, again, I'm a little at a loss to see which specific message you're talking about. Generally, the way I interpret the hearsay application is that whatever the body of the text message happens to be, it's not being taken that literally whatever is in the text message is true, but it could be indicative of, as you said, effect on the listener, or just indicative of a relationship. If they're saying, let's go to this particular restaurant tonight, hearsay would, if the party was offering for the fact that they went to that restaurant that night, that would be for the truth matter certain. If it's just showing that they're going out, they're going to dinner, they're engaged in some type of relationship, that would be a non-hearsay purpose. But again, without looking at the specific text messages, I can't say for sure. But again, what I don't want to happen is to let in a bunch of text messages, and they are truly unfairly prejudicial to one side or the probative value of what you're trying to establish is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
So, just to go over my motion, these messages will show the length and nature of the relationship between the defendant and the decedent, the amount of time the decedent and the defendant spent together, the progression, the dynamics of their relationship, including the imbalance of the infection that I talked about during opening. And then, secondly, the prosecution had already introduced these text messages into evidence. So, as the court noted, there is the rule of completeness.
I'm with you on the first part.
Okay.
I'm with you on the second part. I just need to know what specific text messages you're talking about to make sure it's not unfairly prejudicial.
I think you should, respectfully, I think you should go about the other way. I'm trying to introduce these, and I think they're all relevant for the purposes that I've stated. If there are specific text messages that the state says that they find unfairly prejudicial, I think it's the state that should say, these are the messages that we want redacted or are not appropriate. And
Well,
that,
okay, sorry.
but that's a good segue to the text messages that are sexual in nature, I guess. But I mean, it's not, well, I wouldn't say it reaches the point of vulgarity or obscenity. So what I would say is that would show proof that the defendant and the decedent had a sexual relationship. They were dating of some kind, and that needs to be shown. That the relationship between the defendant and the decedent is central to the defense's case. So we would like to have the entirety of the text messages submitted to show that, to show this relationship. Lastly, the state's opened the door. They've already had Mr. Hamilton go through the data extraction of how they obtain these messages the same way that we receive them. They've gone through the defendant's Tinder. They've gone through the defendant's iMessages. None of those messages were redacted, even though we talked about relevancy. And so all those came in. So I believe the state has opened the door to allowing these text messages to come in. If their argument is a relevancy, well, then they shouldn't have introduced the iMessages.
Or does either side want to argue anything that hasn't been argued yet?
The iMessages, when the state uses them, are statements from a party opponent, a well-recognized hearsay exception. Mr. Wise cannot use Mr. Chen's statement in court because it's not a party opponent. So that's slightly different. I do not agree that we've opened the door. However, Your Honor, if we can agree to eliminate the irrelevant text messages, and there's not many of them, but irrelevant text messages regarding sexual activity, and I've only noted 4 or 5 of them, then we'll agree to the text messages coming in. I do not believe that the text messages about sexual activity are relevant to Mr. Wise's case or the homicide of Jasmine Pace.
Okay, so we're tailoring down the argument now. So please show me the sexual messages that we're talking about. Apparently that's what.
Your Honor, I have them noted. If Your Honor will hold on to those, I'll point them out for you page by page.
May I just mention that I don't intend to ask Mr. Hamilton, tell me about this sexual text message. I don't intend to do that with this one.
No, he intends to tell the jury in closing argument to go back and read all the messages. That they will be in evidence and we object to them. I will go through them with Mr. Hamilton.
All right, let's see the messages.
On page, these pages are strange, Judge, on page 3360. I'm not going to read it out loud.
That's okay, I'll look at it.
If you could refer to, you said 3360?
Mhm.
Get a small one, I can fix this one. Oh, we got some. 3360. I'm looking at 3360. non-hearsay purposes of showing the relationship between the parties, we'll find that these text messages, again, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the non-hearsay purpose of establishing the depth of the relationship between the victim and the defendant in this case, whether it is a heavy component of domestic related violence, perhaps, that the danger of unfair prejudice does not substantially outweigh the probative value of the text messages be admitted. Be deemed admissible, and then if the parties want to parse them out, they still can, but at this point, we have seen deemed admissible. Yes, you need your stuff?
Yes, sir. If we just have 2 more minutes, Your Honor, while we put this together.
The state has already introduced text messages between the victim and defendant, even though this is different. It's not the state's theory of getting it in of the party opponent. That's for hearsay. It can be taken for the truth of the matter asserted. These text messages are not in the same category, so they cannot be taken for the truth of the matter asserted. Kelly, please have a seat. Otherwise, we may proceed to cross-examination for Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
One thing that you and I share is that I do not do Apple products, so we're going to slow things down a lot in this case. You're an Android person, PC, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
mostly.
Going back to what the general had discussed with you about the cell phone towers, related to the towers that you're relying on, how precise are they for giving you specific locations?
As far as the location of the tower or the location it's estimated?
The location is estimating.
It actually tells you in there in meters. It can be from 15 meters to 5,000. They're not that precise. They're nowhere near GPS. Sometimes they can be as good as GPS, but often not.
That was my next question. So this is general locations only. It's not as accurate as a GPS.
No, but it's not going to show you on the wrong side of town or the wrong,
State.
You still, yeah. No, you've got to be in the coverage and you got to be, the model's got to work out. So it'd be rare that you'd be off more than a block or so.
Do you know what the margin of error is for the ranges that are provided in these
I
tests?
do not. This is all provided by the provider, so it's different. They use different algorithms. You would have to get their engineers, but they actually tell you what it is because the size of those circles you saw on the maps, that is there. So it's saying I'm estimating they're in this 500 meter circle or this 15 meter circle. So those circles are drawn to scale by cell phone.
So when you get these records
Mhm.
from T-Mobile, for
Yes.
instance, the records that they send to you, does it actually have a disclaimer on there to use caution when relying on them?
Some of them do. I didn't look at these. Some of them do say that.
Typically, it's specifically about law enforcement investigations and prosecution, correct?
It is, and that's why it's really neat when we find a missing person or a body or things by those records. But yes, it does. Most of them do have a legal disclaimer of some sort to cover themselves.
Now, do you have any data or evidence that definitively shows that Jason Chen returned to his residence after November 24th?
After his, yes, there's cell records that show him in the North Chattanooga area, but I don't have anything that puts him in 110 Tremont Street.
Okay, so definitively the answer is no, correct?
No.
We went through days and specific times from the 22nd, the 23rd, and the 24th showing cell phone records, correct?
Yes.
Then showing Arctic camera, correct?
Correct.
Showing surveillance video of stores, correct?
Yes.
But that doesn't exist after November 24th. For Mr. Chen.
No.
Everything is
Well, the
approximations.
cell records still exist, but not the Arctic and the
Nothing
stores.
else
I
that's
didn't see anything in the case file after the last videos, other than the cell records go beyond the 24th.
Okay.
And the phone download obviously has some data.
Right. But other than the cell phone location, which is approximations, there's nothing that you have that substantiates he's in 110 Tremont.
Correct. I can put him on the North Shore within a block or two of it. I would be comfortable with that, but not in the residence.
So I'm rephrasing this a little differently. It's going to sound repetitive, but you're not sitting here today saying definitively that he was in his apartment after November 24th, are you?
No, I'm saying he was in the area.
Now, there was Arctic videos that were available. Did you watch any Arctic videos that were from November 24th on to see if Mr. Chen was in the area of Tremont Tavern?
I found no Arctic videos after the 24th.
Let me back up. I just spoke of a restaurant, Tremont Tavern. I did not mean that. Tremont Apartments. You watched no Arctic cameras that showed him near the Tremont Apartments, correct?
Say, let's start over.
Okay. November 24th,
Yes.
forward. Did you watch any Arctic cameras to see if he's in the location of the Tremont Apartments from November 24th forward?
I saw no video available in the case file for the 24th forward. So no, the answer is no, I did not look at anything beyond that.
Any ring camera footage that you were provided that showed him entering or exiting the apartment November
No.
24th forward?
I found none.
Now, Celebrate is something that's been discussed here
Yes.
a lot, not just through you. What is that?
It's a forensic tool that's made, it's out of Israel, And as I discussed earlier, it's actually originally made for transferring cell phone data from one phone to another. But it's
Like
a
at Verizon,
forensic-
you use that analogy, correct?
Yes, they actually had the same tool I had for forensics, it's just had different software in it, but it's software and hardware that's designed and engineered to extract information from phones and then put it in a readable format. There's many vendors do that, that's just,
Is it
one of them.
something that's pretty accepted in the forensic community?
It's 100% accepted, yes, ma'am.
How long have you used it?
Since they invented it.
Which was when?
I don't remember the year, because I started doing this stuff in 2002 and it wasn't available. We started out with suitcases full of cables because they made a different cable for every phone. I literally had suitcases of cables. So I've been doing this since it started.
Is there a specific feature that makes Cellbrite more reliable when extracting text messages than other programs?
I liked them. They've been at it longer than a lot of people, and they are a really good product. And it takes a lot of engineering behind it. They have to reverse engineer each cell phone model. So whatever you're carrying right now may not be in the list yet if it's something brand new. They have to buy it, spend months of reverse engineering everything in that phone. So they spend probably in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Androids last forever. Mine's pretty old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? They have, every phone's different, so they have to build a tool for that phone. And the big players in that game have to have a lot of money. It's a very expensive product.
Now, when in this case, who all's phone has had an extraction done on it?
The
to
only
your
one I
knowledge?
looked at was Jason Chen's, and I asked them, and they didn't find the phone that belonged to Jasmine Pace.
Like just a SIM card,
But
is
I'm
your
not-
understanding?
Yeah, I'm looking at it from the outside, kind of like you. I was brought in looking at the evidence that's in the folders.
Okay.
So
So
that's
Jared-
all I know about is Jason's.
And I know that the general had asked questions earlier, and she was talking to you about a SIM card
Yes.
and then a phone.
Yes.
The phone is actually what Cellbrite is plugged into, correct? Or
No, SIM card.
the
was.
SIM card is?
You can do the SIM card by itself, or the phone with the SIM in it, or the phone by itself. You can
Okay.
do all three.
So we know that we have a SIM card that we believe is Jasmine's, correct?
I can guarantee it's hers.
Okay.
That's what all those numbers show. There's none other one in the world with those numbers on it.
But you've not reviewed any kind of extraction from her SIM card, correct?
That's what was on the screen, ma'am. Yes, I did. That's a Celebrate extraction of her SIM card found in Nolensville. Those screenshots you saw compared Verizon with Celebrate. So that is,
So
yes,
maybe
I
I
have
just
reviewed it.
misunderstood what you said. I asked, had you seen any extractions other than Jason Chen's, and you said just Jason Chen. Was
You
that?
said phones, though, man. That's not a
Okay.
phone. It's a SIM card.
So now I'm with you. So SIM card for Jasmine, phone
Yes.
for Jason.
Correct.
Okay. So those are the only two extractions you're aware
Yes,
of
ma'am.
that you've reviewed.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is there a specific procedure in place that actually protects the integrity of these extractions when they're done?
Yes, they actually have, hash codes built into them, so if you alter one period in them, it will change the hash code, and you'll know. You can put a speck in a picture, and it will change the whole hash code. So yes, they're internally protected by what's known as hash codes. When they're exported, they're in a zip file, and that's hashed, and then that, if you change, like I said, any,
Now, when you say hashed, what do you mean?
it's getting technical, but basically it looks at all the data in there and it generates through an algorithm, it generates a number. And that number, if it is anything changed, that number will change.
How would I know if that hash is there?
Hire an expert in cell phone forensics, I'd say would be the best way. I don't know if you understand, you told me you weren't a big techie, but,
You know I'm not a big techie.
so yeah, I'd say you probably need to get some, at least, a lot of computer people know about hash codes.
Okay.
But that's a real big forensic thing because it basically protects, if anything gets corrupted,
You're an expert.
altered, yes, ma'am.
Did you see anything with the hash codes?
No, I didn't. It's a zip file. They're unalterable in their stuff.
Okay.
If you alter a zip file, it won't extract. So I'm pretty comfortable that nobody's messed with it. I don't think anybody planted evidence or changed it or altered. It would be almost impossible to do.
Okay. You just had mentioned the hash codes after I was talking about the integrity, so I didn't know if that was something you had
That's just
observed.
one way you can check them, but, yeah, they're pretty secure. They've been doing this for a long time.
Now, were you present for the actual extraction of the phone, or did you just review it?
No, ma'am, I just got into it a few weeks ago because we were told not to look at it.
Okay. What is your understanding of what's included in the extraction? We'll start first with Jason's phone.
What do you mean, what's included?
What all was extracted from his phone?
I'd say everything so I could get, but I couldn't answer that from memory. It's dozens and hundreds of items.
Now, you've talked some on your testimony about some of the things that you've reviewed personally. So, did you see anything about iMessages? Did you see iMessages in his extraction?
They are in the PDF version of one I saw, but I didn't really dig into those.
Any other message forms that you saw?
There's SMS. There's like 2 or 3 categories of messages, and they depend on, I was talking about there's iMessages that are different than text messages. Yeah, there's a whole category for messages.
And when you just said SMS messages, are those text messages?
Those are text messages.
And then iMessages are specific to iPhones?
Yes, we call them text messages, but that's a whole different animal.
Do you know, based on the SIM card that you received of Jasmine's, what the operating system was she was using on her phone?
Yeah, I didn't receive her card, I just received a report about her
Okay.
card. In the report, it tells you about the card, and then I showed you the path to match that to her records, and in the records, that number up there on that screen tells you what make and model and manufacturer, and then a unique portion to the end, and then they nicely convert it for you, and right there in the thing it says iPhone 13 Max. So it's in the Verizon records, it's in the T-Mobile records, and that tells you what make and model. It said his was an XR, and it said hers. His, there's a lot more because Cellbrite extracted more information from his phone, but in both provider records, it tells you the make and model of the phone and that electronic serial number, and it's in both records. His obviously
So-
doesn't show up in hers, but hers shows up in his.
I guess my question is, where it says the 13 Pro, I know from what little I know about Apple, there's usually like an operating systems and it'll say 17 or...
No, so we're getting this from that, remember that IMEI?
Mhm.
That's the electronic serial number. That's all that makes it to Verizon.
Okay.
Verizon knows from that number, the first few blocks of it tell it what make and model. It doesn't tell it what OS. We get the OS, if you physically have the phone and download it with Celebrate, you'll get more than you ever wanted to read, but not from Verizon. So we don't have her phone. I didn't see it anywhere in there. We had her SIM card, which doesn't tell you anything about what's in the phone. That's separate. And Verizon knows she's using an iPhone 13 Pro, and what its serial number is. That eventually shows up over in Jason's records. But no, it wouldn't tell you what iOS version.
Okay. Is it called iOS, not iOS?
That's
how little I know about this.
I'm country boy, but
Okay.
I call it iOS. But yeah, the only way you're probably going to get that is either physically see it on the phone, or you're going to have to plug into it and extract it.
Are you familiar enough with Apple's to know if the 13 Pro Max would have been under a certain iOS or iOS?
I have no idea.
Now, there's been specific messages that you've looked at. Did you look at messages outside of iMessages between Jasmine and Jason?
I looked at all the activity in that phone in and around the 23rd, 24th, 22nd, that time period.
And some of the messages you testified to or with group messages with people?
So that product actually will give you everything in the phone in chronological order, so you can actually just look at everything at once. Does that make sense?
It does. So based on the training that you have, the experience you have, and then the functionality of Celebrite, would you feel comfortable testifying that the extracted messages that you reviewed are actually authentic and that they accurately represent the data that was contained within the phone?
100%.
Ms. Pierce, I brought the exhibit sticker back over here, but this will be 122. 122 will be the exhibit. 221. 222. Thank you. Do you recognize those documents, Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, they look like Celebrate. I don't see like the header page to it. That looks like messages in a format where you can see them.
Okay, and
Kinda like
without
read on
telling the
screen.
jury what the messages say, are you able to identify who the sender and receivers are of those text messages that are in front of you?
Yes.
Is it your understanding of what you're reviewing, and I can give you plenty more time, but that those are text messages between Jasmine Pace and Jason Chen?
Spot check on every 100 pages. It appears, yes, ma'am, that appears to be what I'm seeing there is the messages between Jasmine and Jason Chen.
Your Honor, I would like to have this Exhibit 222 moved into evidence as the true and accurate representation of the iMessages between Jason Chen and Jasmine Pace.
Okay, so admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an additional instruction that's going to come with this particular exhibit. These are text messages between the victim, Jasmine Pace, and the defendant that came from the defendant's phone. Unlike the text messages you heard earlier about that the state introduced, where you can use those for the truth of the matter asserted if you wish. These are being introduced not for the truth of the matter asserted, for a broader purpose, and that's just to show the length and the nature of the relationship between the defendant and the victim in this case, the amount of time that the defendant and the victim spent together, and the progression and dynamics of the relationship over time. So again, the distinction, like for example, the text message you saw earlier from that was introduced by the state about the defendant playing video games. You can, if you wish, determine that the defendant was playing video games about to get on. The text messages in this exhibit, the specific exhibit 222, cannot be used for that purpose, but only for the non-hearsay purpose, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the relationship issues that I mentioned earlier. Okay? May I continue?
Changing gears slightly, but going back to iPhones, there was some evidence that the state had brought up with you about notifications that were coming through almost simultaneously, it appeared. Truist Bank account, Capital Bank. Are you aware of what happens when iPhones are reset?
Reset as in restored?
Factory resets, like you had mentioned in your earlier direct?
Yes, if you reset them, they go back to the way they were the day you got them from the store, so you've got to go put a SIM card in, you got to start over. It may have the SIM card already in it, but it'll go back to the factory default.
Okay. Now with iPhones, they have Apple IDs, correct?
We do.
So if you were resetting a phone and you put in your Apple ID, would that then prompt new messages to come out to change your password or authenticate your logins, or do you know?
I don't use Apple, but there actually was some Apple IDs in that list.
Okay.
And yes, so I'd say there's bank messages, there's the dinner message, there's some, in that same string there is Apple ID messages. If you have the access to the phone and know the password of the phone, especially if you've been dating a long time, you would probably know your boyfriend or girlfriend's phone, and you could get in there and get all those messages up.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
You
about
did.
the
You did
light on the
answer.
phone?
Yes. I was making sure, because I know very little about iPhones, but there's nothing that I haven't discussed with you specifically about that. And not to rehash things repetitively here, but the only extractions you were aware of are related to Jasmine Pace and Jason Chen, correct?
Jasmine's SIM card and Jason's cell phone. Yes, and that's it. That's all I saw.
Are you aware if there was any extraction done on Jasmine's mother, Katrina Pace's phone?
I saw some screenshots that ended up, I know in my report, I believe those are her phone, but no. I saw no physical or no Celebrite or any other public. All I saw was pictures of those pin drops.
So about the pin drops, short of you having an extraction, is there any way for you to actually authenticate what that is? To show that the text message was received. Did you see that in Jasmine's extraction?
There isn't an extraction for Jasmine. Have you seen her? I haven't seen her phone. If we know where it is, it'd be good to do.
Well, her SIM card.
SIM card doesn't have anything in it but your phone number and some serial numbers.
Okay, so you aren't aware of anything that actually authenticates that pin drop screenshot that you received?
No, but I doubt it would be really tough to fabricate a latitude, a longitude, a date, a time, and a screen, an LCD screen on a phone. That would be tough.
What if the individual themselves had been at Tremont Tavern and had the actual... Did I say tavern again?
Yes.
Okay,
It's a good restaurant.
it is a great restaurant. Thank you. And it's just around the street, correct?
It is. It's not far.
So at the Tremont apartment, if individuals had been at Tremont Apartments, could they potentially have access to the latitude and longitude of that facility?
Yeah, but there's actually a time on that too, and then there's metadata in that picture that tells me when it was taken. So you would have to fabricate a lot of cool stuff. I could probably use some help in my office if somebody could do that.
Is it possible though that,
Everything's possible.
but you have not seen an extraction, so there's no way that you can say with certainty that that is an authentic pin drop, correct?
My expert opinion is it's real. It's a good picture, but anything's possible. Somebody could have fabricated that. That's true.
All right, Mr. Hamilton, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Director.
Mr. Hamilton, Ms. Morrison asked you about a factory reset as it related to those bank notifications, and you mentioned an Apple ID notification.
Yes.
In your professional opinion, would those messages have been the result of a factory reset?
No, the reason I know it's factory reset because in the forensic download from Jason Chen's phone, it says it was factory reset. Basically, it was restored from the iCloud, which erases everything in it to where it's unrecoverable. Then you can go pick one of the dates, and I've never done it personally, but you can pick a date and time that you want to restore it to, and it puts all your phone back the way it was, and that's the phone that was downloaded. It was actually a restored phone, so it had been wiped clean, restored back to some date that I don't know, but it tells me that in the forensic tool, but that wouldn't affect the messages coming in. That's just your phone number. And even though the SIM card wasn't active at the time, those messages are still coming across the network.
Understood. And to be clear, because you were asked about this multiple times, you weren't able to do a download on Jasmine Pace's phone because Jasmine Pace's phone was never found.
Yes, ma'am, and I kind of got out of business, so, but the city had those and ran them, and yeah, you got to have the physical device to download it, and you're not going to get nearly the information from the provider. You get some clues that we saw here, but the big pile of stuff's usually in a phone that hasn't been back and then wiped out, restored. That took a lot out. I can't say what all was in it, but I can tell you that looking at it, there's not nearly what I would expect to see. the restoration doesn't bring everything back.
Okay,
Brings back the important parts.
okay. Based on your knowledge and testimony, who was the last person to know the location of Jasmine Pace's physical phone?
Well, I would assume she sent it and her mom got it.
No, I'm
but-
talking about the physical
Oh,
phone, the last time we
the
saw her
last
phone.
person, my best opinion is Jason Chen in the Walmart parking lot. That's
Well,
where it went
on
dark.
11/25, did you not testify that Mr. Chen's SIM
Oh, I
card
thought you meant when it was on the network.
went, okay, not when it was on the
Oh,
network.
okay. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Up through the 28th, he's using it.
Mr. Chen's SIM card
Yes.
is in Miss Pace's phone.
Yes. and
That's
he's
the last
actually
known
using it.
location.
Yes, the last known location is Knowlesville, but it was active up through the 28th on that phone, and then it just goes, the end of the records coming. I don't know what happened after that.
Nothing further.
Recross.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Does the jury have any questions for Mr. Hamilton?
Anyone else?
Council Brooks?
Mr. Hamilton, the jury has a few questions, so I'm going to ask them. If you can face the jury when answering, please. Is it possible that there are individual iMessages missing or deleted from the conversation log submitted by the defense as Exhibit 222?
The paper printed version that they handed me, there could be pages missing, or I don't know the quality of that. I would need to.
Well, let's just assume for a moment that nothing was physically taken, but that is a complete set that represents the call log.
Yeah, you can, it depends on the make and model of the phone. You can delete some messages and they'll show deleted and that they were there, but not the content. I'm not sure on that exact make and model. I didn't see anything that said that, but we used to see it a lot. It would be able to tell something was deleted and the time and date, but not what was there. So, yes, there could be stuff deleted. I would lean on that.
When Jason Chen's iPhone was recovered from his parents' house in Nolansville, was his SIM card in it?
Yes, the correct SIM card was back in it. I could see that it was in service up until 11:28. I don't recall the exact time, maybe afternoon, but there's no more records beyond that because that was the scope of the search warrant. You have to write a search warrant to get these records. They don't just give them to you. And the scope of it showed that was in service using her iPhone, his SIM card up through the 28th. What they recovered and actually processed, the cell phone download, was the correct phone from the time of the crime and the correct SIM card back in it. So he put it back together, but he had to restore it from the iCloud, so it had at some point been erased.
I think within that answer, you answered this one, but just for clarity's sake, from the records, can you tell if and when Jason Chen's SIM card was put back in his iPhone?
No, because I don't have, the records would tell us, but they only go to the 28th, and at that point, it's still her phone. But yeah, but I think that was the scope of the warrant that was sent for the date range.
Do you recall any tender activity on November the 22nd, 2022, that is associated with Jason Chen from the report you reviewed?
Yes, we actually put that, I don't remember which number it is. Yeah. So there's a little bit, they're mostly cookies and things.
Yes.
Here you go, I'm sorry, I had it, 220.
Yeah, so there is some, and what I did was in the timeline, I did a search, and this looks through the whole phone, there's hundreds and hundreds of things in there. You can just say, look for Tinder, and it finds it, and so I did see cookies and things, so the app was running, and then you see actual messages. There is cookies, I don't see any actual messages going in and out, like he didn't send any, he didn't receive any on the 20th, but there's some cookies, so the app's running. The 21st, there's a token, it's a cookie. So again, he's not sending messages. The first actual time I see him send a message, so nothing but cookies on the 20th, the 21st, on the 22nd, I see zero activity, didn't even leave a line. There's no date for the 22nd. The 23rd is when he sends out a message that says, so I guess we're dating now. And then that girl answers back late that evening. So that was, he sent it out at 9:52 our time in the morning on the 23rd, 9:52 a.m. She responds back, ha ha, really, why is that, with a smiley face. She answers him that night at 9:50 our time. But there's a location of that. It's actually GPS. That's the only one I recall for this entire crime time. In his phone had one GPS, and it's from Tinder, and it's at 110 Tremont. And there is no activity on the 22nd at all, and there's cookies, but I don't see any messages going in and out on the 20th, so nothing on the 22nd, cookies on the 21st, and cookies on the 20th. And then he starts communicating with people the morning of the 23rd, and I see it on the 28th is the next one. It jumps 24 to 28.
Yeah, just for the jurors taking notes, can you let them know what exhibit number that
Yes,
is?
yes, sir. That's exhibit 220. And something to remember, because you'll probably run into more of these. When you see UTC -5, that's Chattanooga time during this 11 November period. I don't think there is any, but if you see UTC 0, you need to subtract 5 from it. Because that's in Greenwich.
Are you able to explain why an area is grayed out on the report that's displaying tender activity with his number on it? It says grayed out, but you just explain what that
Those
is.
lines, that's the date, so that over here, you can't hardly see it, but over here's where it says, like 12/20, or 11/21/2022, 11/23, so those gray bars are actually the date, and it separates that, that's a day, that's a day, that's a day. These might not be a full day, because it may be off the screen, but, yeah, that's the date bars, that's not grading information, I was just separating dates for you. These are screenshots that program to you, and the files that come off of it will be. These phones have so much data in them now that it's crazy. Some of them are up to a terabyte.
All right, one of the jurors had a question about the content of the last 10 texts sent from Jason to Jasmine, and the last 10 texts sent from Jasmine to Jason. Another witness will answer that. Were you able to use Jason's phone to determine whether bank accounts linked to apps on his phone record, on his phone, received deposits on or after November 23rd? Basically, did he receive electronic payments in any form from an account linked to Jasmine during that time?
I saw no evidence of that.
So this question asked for, referred to November the 23rd. I think it meant November 22nd, so we'll read it the 22nd. If I'm wrong, just raise your hand and let me know. Based on the GPS record on Jason Chen's phone on November 22nd, 2022, did he leave his apartment at 110 Tremont Street any time of the day before Jasmine Pace arrived at his apartment? I assume you meant November 22nd because that's when Jasmine Pace arrived at his apartment. Want me to read that again?
No, sir, I think I got the gist of it. So, one, just to be clear, the sales stuff we looked at is not GPS. GPS is really accurate. It would show exactly. That was the estimated location provided by T-Mobile and Verizon. So, they're estimated. They're not. Global positioning system is a whole other thing. That is what is on that tender line when he has that 9 o'clock in the evening on the 23rd. There's one GPS, and that is tender. That's very accurate. It puts him in his apartment. So there's nothing else in his phone during the time of the 22nd, 3rd, 4th. There's no GPS data in his phone. The cell records they use to map all that are estimated positions and locations and towers. So those are rough estimates and no GPS. But I didn't really look at. I started looking at his stuff at the time she arrives, late on the evening of the 22nd. That's where I start mapping his activity until basically the end of the records I had, which was the 28th. But yeah, so I don't know where he was. We do have some records in there prior to that. You could go back and probably see, but I was mostly interested from the time she arrived and from there forward.
Can you redirect from the state based on the juror's question?
I just want to clear one thing up, Your Honor. Can I have the projector? Just for clarity for the jurors, Mr. Hamilton, they were asking about that grade area. You let them know that the grade area is just the new day.
It is.
And can you see the date over there to the left?
A little blurry, but yeah. So this that shows you that there's 8 items and it's 1123, and then there's 32, 1128. So that just separates the data sets.
You never.
And when you see over here, that tells you that's a real message. It's an instant message. That meant that was outbound. It's from Jason, and there's a big content over here. So I guess we're dating now. And then it comes back, you know, at 9:50 that night, this Victoria girl answers and says, "Ah, really, really, ah." By the way, these names have to be manually put in that form, so I don't think that automatically pops here.
You didn't redact anything from this document, did you?
No, ma'am.
You didn't change anything, did you?
Absolutely not.
Nothing further.
I just screenshot a little bit of my screen, and that's where that came from.
Thank you.
Can you recross?
Now, Mr. Hamilton, related to the Tinder app, Jason had the Tinder app on his phone, correct?
I didn't see it, I saw pieces of it.
You saw an extraction report.
Yeah, that had links to Tinder, but most of their cookies, and then there's some instant messages. But I didn't actually see the app, and it's not listed. So,
Now, on the extraction report that the state provided.
yes,
Are you saying that you did not see that there were several messages?
I couldn't go into somewhere where it says this is Tinder, and I can look at all the messages. What I did was look through the background, and it pulls anything that's related to Tinder. And recalling that phone has been basically completely erased and then restored back to some point in time. And so I think there's things that aren't all there. But there's remnants of Tinder in there, and it's actually still in use, but I don't see like a category that's called Tinder where I just click on Tinder.
All right, so do you have any information related to,
It tells you what apps are on there, but I didn't personally go. I just did a global search to find everything related to Tinder, so if there's anything in there, it would find it.
I'm just going to ask you a little bit
Sure.
different. That's why I'm not asking for it to be admitted. If you just look at this.
Yeah, that's right. Remember now, I haven't had much time to look at this phone because I was told not to look at it because the attorney. So, yeah, I see.
Mr. Hamilton, hang on just a second.
You're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a few comments that have come out during the testimony about how Mr. Hamilton wasn't allowed to look at things. As you know, we have a lot of out-of-court hearings and determinations about things. Many times it comes to me first before either side gets to look at it fully. That's what it was in this case. The cell phone was something that's very voluminous and had a lot of personal things in it. So before it could be examined fully by Mr. Hamilton, it had to go through my procedure of looking at it. So don't hold anything about Mr. Hamilton's not being able to look at it against either side. It's simply a procedural thing. I just didn't want you to be confused about that. And I think that was shared. Make sure that it was that you didn't have the wrong impression about why Mr. Hamilton was not looking at it until very recently. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to retreat this from you. Just
Yeah.
looking at that.
So,
Is it fair to say that there was an extraction that showed that there was some some Tinder activity on Mr.
Oh, yeah,
Chen's.
that's the prettier way of showing what I showed in that other spreadsheet. It shows the exact same messages, the exact same dates and times. But that's a lot easier to read. I didn't see that category, but there's hundreds and hundreds of them. The way I did it was did a global search through the whole phone, find everything related to Tinder. So that's prettier. That's the little windows, mine are in lines, but what I just saw was the same exact messages. So I guess we're dating, and she answers, and then the dates and times match. And now you've brought out a ton of other Tinders that I haven't really looked at because I was just looking at around the time of the crime. But yep, I agree. That's the same report, different format, different way of looking at it, same data. And more.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Jury, have any follow-up questions for Mr. Hamilton? See you on.
Anyone else?
Around what time on November the 22nd do you see cookies from the Tinder app on Jason Chen's phone?
It is. The cookie pretty much just tells you the app's running. The one she has actually is really readable, but I see a cookie at, on the 21st, you said, Junior?
22nd.
Oh, 22nd. There is no activity at all on the 22nd. It jumps from the 21st. It jumps from 10:30 at night on the 21st. It jumps all the way to the 23rd, and there's cookies start showing up at 9:50 p.m. Actually, it's 9:50, so that would be, and then it goes on through the evening. But there is no activity on the 22nd. Not in my search.
Do app notifications create cookies?
They do, they can. Cookies are just little tidbits. They're tracking how often you go somewhere, and we actually do them all the time on our computers and apps run them. It's all, they make money by knowing what you do and where you go, but yeah, it's just like a breadcrumb trail. So this one shows you, this is, because I did a global search, it actually shows you cookies and things that don't show up when you just go under where a header that says Tinder and it shows all the messages. This shows stuff in the background. So this is probably more thorough than what they were showing me, where it's in, it just looks like a message, like you're looking at iMessages on a phone or text in order. It's not going to show you cookies and things. So this literally shows you more, showing basically what day and times he's doing things. So you're able to do, even though there's could literally be millions of items in those phones. You can do a global search for things like Tinder, and it will find everything to do with that.
Did you review records from Verizon that showed messages, text, or IM involving Jasmine Pace's phone prior to November 22nd, 2022?
I think there is some. I didn't look at them again. I was really focused on starting on the 22nd and going forward. There may be some.
Okay.
There's not a whole lot. It's not like you download the phone.
I think that answers this one, but I'll remind the jurors that you will have the messages back in the jurors so you can review them yourself. Do you recall seeing any messages related to a death in Jasmine Pace's family or similar to that?
I saw one that caught me kind of odd, like I'm sorry or something, but it didn't make any sense to me, so I didn't really focus on it.
Any redirect based on what the jury has?
Your Honor, if I can have one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Related to that last question, Mr. Hamilton,
Yes,
this is Exhibit 219. I'm going to draw your attention to 11/22 at 22:12.
So 11/22.
Will you keep the pointer there?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if that's the best way to do that.
It might be better if I can track.
Well, it's just so small, I'm not sure
Yeah.
how.
You count which line down it is.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Judge. Let's do that. So let's see, 1, 2, 7. 7 lines down on this, on the left side, 7 lines down.
That's right.
Is that 22:12?
Yeah, 7 is, well, you're counting 7, right? So it'd be 8.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes,
Yeah,
line
it's
number 8,
line-
that's
line
right.
number 8 is
Li-
the header.
Line number 8,
Yes.
okay? And then, can you see line
Yes.
number 8 there?
Yeah, let's, 1, 2, 3, 8. She's gone. That's what I remember seeing. I knew it was something, but I was like, because for just a moment when I saw it, I thought, oh, that doesn't seem right, but I don't think it's related to. So she's gone. I'm so sorry.
Nothing further, Judge.
You recross.
I'll show you this exhibit again, 219. We're again going to go 8 lines down, right next to you in the message that says, she's gone.
Right? Right here.
Yes. Who does the phone number 423-883-2527 belong to, or do you know?
So if it's in the contacts, it would, on the phone, it would yell at it, you can find it, but I don't know who it is.
Does this show, and I'm asking you to follow from the word, she's gone,
Yes.
over. Does it show that the sender is 664-2024 and that the receiver is 883-2527?
So the originator of this one is 2024.
And from what you've learned in the course of your investigation, is that Jasmine Pace's phone number?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Jasmine's grandmother apparently died on the 22nd?
Absolutely never knew that until just this last few minutes.
Knowing that now, is it
Yes.
plausible that Jasmine sent a text message to someone owning 883-2527 saying she's gone?
Yes.
then on the next line, does it show that that same number who had received the text of she's gone sends a message back to what we know as Jasmine Pace's number saying, I'm so sorry. I understand if everyone needs time, just let me know. We love y'all very much.
Makes sense. Makes perfect
Now that you know
sense.
about Grandma.
Yes.
Thank you.
That makes good sense.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Hamilton,
Are you finished, Ms. Morrison? No.
I thought you said thank you.
Just let me know.
Thank you. And that is all the questions I have.
Yep.
Mr. Hamilton, just to clarify, because I think I misunderstood the court's question. The text that says she's gone was not between Jasmine and Jason, is that correct?
No, it absolutely wasn't. I thought they were just asking about death or something in the text messages. And that one caught my eye for just a second until I started looking at it, and I thought, that's not related.
Sure, so I apologize. Those two messages between Jasmine and someone else?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
Jasmine was telling someone that she's gone.
yes. Like I said, on its face, when you're reading messages, that looks funny.
No.
Do you have any further questions for Mr. Hamilton? All right, thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you.
General Cardinal, please.
Your Honor, the state would recall Investigator Crawford. Investigator Crawford, let's start with this. Why would your fingerprints be on Mr. Chen's vehicle?
Yes, so just want to say this is the first time in any of my investigations that my fingerprints have been on any item of evidence that's been reported in APIS. On November 29th, 2022, I went to Nolensville, Tennessee, in an attempt to locate Mr. Jason Chen at his parents' residence at Ashburn Court, sorry. Upon the execution of the search warrant, originally prior to that, we met at Nolensville Police Department to link up with the Nolensville PD to include one of their detectives and members from the Williamson County Sheriff's Department to assist with the execution of the search warrant at the residence of Jason Chen's parents. We met up with them. We had tactical and strategic planning on the execution of the search warrant, trying to figure out the best and safest way possible to execute that search warrant. Subsequently, we drove to that location in execution of the search warrant. The plan was to have Williamson County there as well. They decided not to respond. Due to the minimal amount of law enforcement on the scene, I assisted with the protective sweep of the residence. We talked about protective sweeps earlier, I think, in some testimony. During the protective sweep, I would like to have gloves on my hand, but due to the unknown nature of that residence, the reasoning for being there, I did not wear the gloves on my hand. During the execution of the search warrant, in the matter of which we were there, and the crime that we believed to happen at that point, I did have my firearm outside of my holster in attempt, to make sure it was safe, because unknown people in the residence, I wasn't familiar with every person that could potentially be inside that residence to that point. I then began to go around the residence to attempt to make sure no other people were in there other than Jason Chen and his parents. when I was going through the garage area. I don't know if you remember the picture earlier from the garage area at Ashburn Court. It was extremely cluttered. And to be thorough and make sure that it's safe, so crime scene investigators, specifically our crime scene technicians that responded, are civilians and they're not armed. To be able to safely carry out their jobs and duties and feel protected while they're doing so, us as law enforcement officers, we try to make it safe for them so they don't have to feel unsafe. I subsequently went in the garage area to make it safe or clear of any potential residents or parties or any potential people that could contaminate anything further. As I was going into the garage, I made my way around the front of the vehicle. There's about less than a foot of space. I do have small legs. It wasn't big enough, and I have big feet. So as I was making my way around the front of the vehicle, I had my firearm in my right hand. As I was going across, it hit the back of the wall, had like a little dressers thing there. I fell forward. My left hand hit the front of the vehicle. I actually told the crime scene investigator, if you find prints there, they're mine. At which point later on, I was contacted by Lieutenant Franklin, and he asked to request that I needed to submit updated fingerprints to include a partial palm print, because he believed that possibly my fingerprint found on something. At which point I submitted that during the investigation. I was personally fingerprinted / palm printed in this investigation. At which point that was submitted and ultimately confirmed to be my left hand.
Okay, thank you. Also, we recall in Lieutenant Franklin's testimony, prints from a Jim Cooper were located on Jasmine's vehicle. In the course of your investigation, did you learn who Jim Cooper is?
Yes, I did.
And who is Jim Cooper related to Jasmine Pace?
Yes. So, taking back the attention to November 26th of 2022, Jasmine Pace's parents used the My Chevy app to attempt to locate their daughter. They took them to the area of Mount Creek Road, where they ultimately recovered her 2021 Chevy Equinox. Upon arrival, patrol officers called out. They asked for an investigation to be started, which missing persons was notified. We ultimately know that no investigator responded that night. At which point, the patrol officer instructed that they could tow the vehicle back to their residence. During that process, after the patrol officers left, the family did contact a local locksmith company, which Jim Cooper works at. He did respond, intended to get the vehicle. They ultimately decided to tow the car back. Jim Cooper is a locksmith that the parents had contact with after the 26th.
Thank you. Now, you have witnessed questions about the location that was shared with Katrina Bean in the early morning hours of 11/23/2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you were the investigator in November of 2022 who was investigating this case. Is that correct?
In November 27th, I was brought into the investigation of 2022.
Were you present when Katrina Bean scrolled up in her text messages to show you that location drop?
Yes, I was personally present. When she told me about the location drop, I personally requested that we observe those, at which point I actually requested a crime scene investigator come out and document those in photographs.
And was that done?
Yes.
And what time was the location shared from Jasmine's phone?
On her phone, it actually had her name as Jazzy with a picture. I verified, I looked at the contact itself, had her click on it, and observed it to be the phone number that we know to be the victim's, the 423-664-2024. Subsequently, I looked at the content of the text message group, at which point I observed a pin drop location that was shared on November 23rd, 2022 at 2:18 a.m.
2:18 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You've heard testimony about a Truist bank account. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
To your knowledge, did you locate anything in the course of this investigation that let you know that Ms. Pace had a Truist bank account?
Yes.
What was that?
Many things. One, contacted the family. They let me know that she had a Truist bank account. She also had multiple documents, receipts, ledgers per se, deposit slips inside of her vehicle. She had multiple things with her name associated that with the Truist bank account.
Thank going back to a crime scene at Mr. Chen's apartment, you'll recall that there have been questions asked about the testing of the large piece of carpet. And do you recall what piece of evidence was at evidence marker number 6?
Evidence marker 6 was the small carpeted section that was collected just on the edge of the tile area.
Was that carpet sample connected to the large piece of carpet that's been sitting in this courtroom?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury in what room at Mr. Chen's apartment blood spatter was found on the walls?
In the area, the bathroom area.
Ms. Morrison entered an exhibit that contained a large amount of text messages between Jasmine and Jason. Have you reviewed those?
Yes.
They were from a forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
And what year do they go back to?
The earliest for that specific text message group purchased the contents of the forensic download all the way back to, I believe, November 3rd of 2021.
Are you aware of what social media app Ms. Pace and Mr. Chen met on?
I observed a text message that described the app that they met on.
And what was that?
Bumble?
Okay. And did it appear after they initially started speaking that they initially had hung out with each other?
There is a short window in the November timeframe of 2021 where conversations were had in terms of text messages. It appears for a few days, they communicate, and that communication completely drops off until late April of 2022.
Okay. You were here for opening statements, weren't you, Investigator Crawford?
Yes, I was.
Have you gone through Mr. Chen and Ms. Pace's text messages from April of 2022 when they began to speak again? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Have you gone through the messages from that point until the week that Ms. Pace was murdered?
Yes, I have.
Were there any arguments?
No.
Any disagreements?
No.
Did the text messages make them seem particularly serious with each other?
No, it appears to be casual conversations. I guess I would liken it to people getting to know each other.
But they did certainly see each other quite a bit between the period of April and November, particularly more towards the end. Is that true?
Correct.
And did it seem to you that she was most often going over to his apartment?
Yes,
Was he asking her to come over?
he did.
In late October, did Mr. Chen invite Ms. Pace to go to Chicago with him?
Yes, he did.
Are there text messages that reflect that?
Yes.
Are they apparent that he had asked her to go to Chicago?
Yes.
And do you know if they actually went to Chicago?
Yes.
And after they get back from Chicago, anything abnormal about their text messages different from the previous text messages from that trip? Anything different? Any arguments?
No.
Did the correspondence seem the same as it had seemed since April?
Yes.
Let's go through some of these messages.
Councilman Brookswood? again, we're getting into details now. Again, not to use them for the truth of the matter asserted. You may hear things like, that they perhaps went to Chicago. That's not to be taken as if they actually went to Chicago. It's only to be taken for the purpose of showing that they were talking about it the way that people who are in a relationship would talk about things. Okay? You may proceed.
All right, if you can turn to the projector behind you. The top message, is this what you were talking about from November 2021? It looks like that there was communication between the two of them.
Yes, they go back in the forensic extraction, go back further than that.
Sure, this is not the beginning, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but this is the end of that. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. The next message, and let's get this correct. The top one is from Jasmine, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the ones on the left and the darker are all going to be from Jasmine, and the ones on the right are going to be from Jason?
Yes.
Okay. And then when is this text, can you see when that is sent by Jason?
It's April 29th, 2022 at 3:37 p.m.
He reaches out to her for the first time since November 2021.
Correct.
Okay. And she says, I do have you on my phone. Is it Jason, but how do you know me? He says what?
This is, it looks like, I can't tell if this says WA or we matched on Bumble a while ago. Kind of things.
She says, oh, well, you must be all right if I gave you my number. Would you mind sending me a picture of yourself so I know who I'm speaking with? He laughs at must be all right, right?
Yes,
And then he sends a picture, correct?
that's correct.
And then he asks her what she looks like. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then she sends a photo of her.
Yes, that is correct.
He loves the image, and then he goes straight into does 7 to 8 work for you tonight?
Yes, that's correct.
We're not going to go through all these messages. The jury will happen in the deliberation room, but we're going to go through some of them. Okay,
Okay.
Mr. Crawford. So after he says, does 7 to 8 work tonight work for you? She says, what?
I'm busy tonight.
Keep going.
And my girlfriend wanted me to stay with her this weekend.
He says, how about later in the night? She says, staying the night is an all-night thing, but tomorrow during the day I was going to go to Rainbow Falls by myself if you'd like me to join. It's a little hike to a little waterfall. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so now we've picked back up to help the jury here. We're to October now, correct?
Yes, I believe it states text message from Jason outwards on October 10, 2022 at 9:10 p.m.
And that's the month before she was murdered, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and he says, how's the Chicago update look? How's it look like? She says, let me know by noon, question mark. Plus I said I would get it to you by Monday before you told me you were going to your parents for the next couple of days. I don't want to bother you while you're gone, while you're out there. Yes, my answer is yes. I got it worked out. I got my office covered for a while. I'm gone. Mark me as coming with you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Then she says, and excited. And he says, yay, got us locked in. I'm so excited. This is going to be so fun.
Objection. Is there questions here?
Going over the exhibit that's already in there.
Right, but
I can ask him if he can read every single one, Judge, or I can just read it.
Well, the objection is there's not a question response. This is already an exhibit, so whether she wants to read them from the jury or have the witness read them or a combination of both should be fine. So,
He says, yay, got us locked in, I'm so excited. She says, you are serious. Again, we're still on 10:11, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then we'll fast forward just a day, but she said, we are doing this. He said, let's go, I can't wait. We're still on 10:11, correct?
That's correct.
Neither of us are 25 yet. How are we planning on getting around? He says we could just call an Uber and everything is completely walkable. She says, okie dokie, I'll stay with you then, and perfect if we have time. I want to see an uncle I have out there that I haven't gotten a chance to actually meet. How does that sound? I haven't even told him yet that I'll be in the area, and if we don't get free time for me to go, that's okay. And if it comes up, kind of thought, I'm good at walking, I Ubered, so glad to have you with me if needed. It's been years since I've taken a trip, and I've never taken one. We're just near with a guy, I'm excited. I'm glad it with you, glad to have been invited. How's your parents going? They glad to have you home. She loves, yes, you silly bunny. Does that mean that he sent it at some point?
Yes, when it states loved, it's no different than, depending on what platform you have, obviously we've identified these as being iMessages. So it's essentially you click on it and you put the little responding emoji, right? So essentially is the way it's going to print out on this report. It doesn't like emojis per se. That's when we're seeing those, the data, we explained in those text messages, it just drawing out data. It's going to simply just say loved, and it's indicating that there was a message prior to that, but it's not there anymore, but it still picks up, the extraction still was able to get the loved part, but not the original message that was loved.
He says, yeah, for sure, that'll be cool meeting your uncle for the first time. It's been great being at home. Got to get some family time whenever you get the chance. Shares those moments. What about you? We're still on 10:11. She says, I'm glad you're a family man. Loved, I'm glad you're a family man. Wait, I don't know if I can fly anymore. I don't have my passport or been vaccinated. That's Jasmine. He says, they don't check if you're vaccinated anymore. Also, you can fly with just your license instead of passport. All right, in this exchange, we've moved to 10:20, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. She says, oh, and I got you some hand sanitizer, so you don't have to use mine. It smells really, even though I think my scent might linger on you a bit. He loved, oh, and got you some hand, he loved that text, correct?
That's correct.
He says, I'm going to the airport now. She says, I'll wait for you. He says, are you there right now? She said, about to be back, left the ticket I got earlier at home, so I had to go back. Now I'm here. So she's at the airport. He says, I'm here, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then we go to 10:26. She says, let me know if you want to share. And then he loves something about Durban poison. One looks really good. And then it appears that they don't talk for 2 days, right?
Well, the statement before you said, just to clarify, you said he loved it. It would be her loving his
I
text
apologize.
message.
That's right. So since she's loving it, it's something that he sent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then they don't talk for 2 days.
Yes. Per this text message group, they do not talk.
She says, you good? All right. This one, handful of days later, and granted, Investigator Crawford, will you verify that I am skipping over some messages?
Yes.
Is there anything unique about the messages that I'm skipping over?
No, there's, I believe, per the extraction, somewhere just under 1,400 messages that were extracted.
Okay. And to your knowledge, based on your review, is there anything that stands out about the messages that I'm skipping over, or is it just conversation?
It's just conversation. The only thing that stands out is we actually see in this one where it says emphasize and like. It's showing the actual like and the emphasizes I was talking about earlier, but it's not showing the original one that they're doing, which it's not there in their report, meaning it was either deleted or not recovered.
And even though I'm skipping around a bit, are they consistently chatting with one another during this entire time?
Yes.
Is there ever a time where one of them is texting way more than the other one?
No, I would say it's a typical text messaging between two people.
Okay, so she emphasized something that he had sent, so that was spicy hot chocolate. Now that sounds interesting. Then he liked something she said, which is, oh, and you should go to the Sut Creek Drive this week before all the leaves are really dropped. Do you know what Sut Creek Drive is?
I'm familiar with the area. I can only assume it's a typo. I'm not familiar with the Sut Creek in the Chattanooga region.
Okay, and this is November 1st.
That is November 1st at 11:07 a.m.
And then she says she just got into a car accident on 11/1.
That's correct.
All right. And then in November 1, he says, dang, that's awful, glad you're okay. She says, yeah, me too, on the 2nd. The morning of the 2nd at 6:34, she says, yeah, me too. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then on 11/3, it doesn't appear they texted anymore on the 2nd. Would you agree?
That's correct.
And then she says, if you try to get a hold of me and I don't respond, I'm not upset or anything, just going to be gone for a bit, and I'm not taking my phone. She says, and you know, I'm really sorry if I missed your birthday. I would have really enjoyed celebrating you. Happy birthday. At 11:51 on 11/3/22.
That's correct.
And then on 11/3, he says, thanks, and oh, where you going? And she doesn't respond again until 11/7, does she?
Correct.
And she says, just needed a break. And then later in the day, she says, Jason, question mark. And then they don't talk till the next day. He says, hey, sorry, just been tired and a bit sick these few days. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
On November, is that 16th, he says, I don't think I'll be able to make it. There's some things I'll have to get done by the end of the month. It's been busy. Hope y'all have fun, though. And then she says, oh, good luck getting them done on time. No problem. Just wanted to make sure the invitation was there. We don't know, based on this, what they were talking about, right? Where he's going to make it or not.
Not based on this.
Okay, and then he loved her previous message. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then on 11/18, she loved, thank you, that means a lot, and not yet it come. She loved one of his messages that said that.
That's correct.
Okay. Don't know what that's referring to. And then he laughed at, no, it means I need to be one on the diet and you eating a bit of sweets. He says, update, gym was closed, so I did yoga instead. On 11/18, he says, I'm heading home now. If you want to come over for some fun shower time and cuddles for a bit. She says, oh, nice, just cuddles, maybe shower time. I really haven't been feeling too well. He says, okay, I'll babysit you for a bit. 11/18, I'm almost home if you want to start heading over. She laughed at, okay, I'll babysit you for a bit. And then 11/18, it's 7:18 p.m. She says here. On November, then we move to November 20th. So no conversation between the 18th and the 20th. He texts her and he says, you gave me inspiration to get some donuts today. She says, oh, that left back corner looks good. How were they and where did you get them from? He says, she loves, you gave me the inspiration to get some donuts. She says, it's funny that I had you the inspiration because you gave me mine. 11/20/2022, he says they were so good, got it tasty donuts. I ate the coconut icy chocolate one. 11/20/22, what are you doing this Wednesday, by the way? You'd agree that 11/20/2022 is 2 days before 11/22/2022.
Yes, that's correct.
And what day of the week was 11/22/2023?
It was a Tuesday.
11/23 was a Wednesday?
Correct.
Okay. He says, what are you doing this Wednesday, by the way? She says, nice, that one looked good too. It sounds like you. He says, great, let's get a light workout in and then we'll go out for dinner and drinks. She says, okay, that sounds nice, like a real date. He says, perfect. Anyways, I have to go to the lab and finish some work. Looking forward to Wednesday. She loved that last text. She said, have a good lab and get homework done as well as some sleep. Looking forward to Wednesday. She says, I'm glad you feel it went well. I'm sure you were not overdressed. You always look amazing. She says, I could FaceTime you right now and show you my house. And then she says, well, never mind, I'm leaving before the message is delivering. He says, on 11/21/2022, hey, don't text and drive, LOL. She loved, you can if you want, but I think I like you as my mans. He loved, you can if you want, but I think I like you as my mans. 11/22. She says, are you at the gym yet? He says, yeah, I'm just finishing up now. What's up? She loved, not really ice cream, more like a silent hug, but I just got here and see the fam talk later. Why did we not see that text, Investigator Crawford?
It's simply not there. It's been not recovered / potentially deleted.
Okay, and then it says, she says, my schedule will be touch and go for the next few days, is what the doctor said. So I'll keep you as posted as I am. She says, on 11/22 at 4:38, she loved, I'll give you the biggest hug. So he said, I'll give you the biggest hug, and she loved it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then, on 11/23, at 11:46 a.m., he sends the text with the matcha drink saying, good morning, slept like baby, made myself a matcha.
That's correct.
And then later in the day, which we've already seen, but now we're seeing it in a different version that's been made an exhibit. Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? Is that right?
That's correct.
And then at some point, randomly on 11/29, he removed a question mark from a previous text that appears to be the text from 2022. Are these their last known communications with one another?
Yes.
Did you see anything about an argument?
No.
Did you see anything that indicated that he was more into her than she was to him? Or vice versa? She was more into him than he was to her?
I did not see anything indicating that she was. The only indication from the beginning is he initiates contact twice during the period of the relationship in terms of when the relationship first began, when you had the few month separation, and then began again in April. After the April time frame, it seems to be pretty consensual.
And 3 days before he murders her, he's asking her to come over to his apartment on the day he murders her.
Yes.
One second, Your Honor. Nothing, Your Honor.
Cross.
Very blessed. Thank you, sir. It's late, I'm tired. Investigator Crawford, let me ask about the bathroom at Jason Chen's apartment. You said that was blood up on the wall?
I presume it to be blood.
Presumed, okay. Was it tested?
It was sent for testing, and TBI did not test it.
So you can't see definitively whether that was blood?
I can't. I'm not a DNA technician.
We just went through a lot of text messages. Have you ever met a 22-year-old girl?
No.
Me neither. Would you be the best person to decide how a 22-year-old girl thinks?
I did. I'm married, and I've been with a 22-year-old girl, so I know how conversations are had, but I've never been a 22-year-old girl.
So your subjective opinion of whether someone thought they was more into the relationship than the other might be different than someone else's subjective opinion.
I believe in the matter of this case, the only person that would know what she was thinking would be the victim herself.
But anyone, like this jury, could go and read those text messages and then decide for themselves whether what you said in your direct examination is right, or what I said in my opening is right?
That's correct.
And they can do that for themselves.
That's correct.
You said, so we saw a lot of text messages where you saw liking or loving, and you don't see that message previously.
That's correct.
So, and you said either Cellbrite just didn't pick up on it, or didn't, what was the word that you used?
I said the potential probable outcomes that I've observed with my experience with Cellbrite reports. The first, the most common, is deleted. If something is deleted, now it will specifically say in the report that if an item has been recovered, such as a text message that was deleted, it will specifically show in that Cellbrite report as a deleted text message that's been recovered. In this specific report, it doesn't note any text messages that were recovered that had been deleted, but it simply, there are no text messages there that should be there in a normal conversation. Now, they could have been potentially not extracted. It's a possibility, but the higher probability is that they have been deleted somehow.
So the non-extracted messages that we can see there, it's only on the messages that are liked or loved or some type of, when you push on. So you have Android or iPhone, right?
I have Android.
And you know when you go to a message that someone sends you, you can press on the message, right?
That's correct.
And you can put a emoticon or emoji or something on it.
Yes, that is correct.
It only seems like the messages that weren't put out by Cellbrite were the ones that were liked, loved, or some type of emoji was added. Isn't that fair to say?
I wouldn't say that they weren't put out. I believe the recovery process in Cellbrite is different for those liked ones. Like they can be stored slightly different because they are being identified in a different way, having that emoji attached to it. So I couldn't say that those are the only ones because there also are other, in my observations, there's also text conversations that are being had where it appears someone's having a conversation and having replies, in my observations, to messages with no further context. So I wouldn't say that the liked, the emphasized, the loved ones are the only ones that are potentially.
So if you only look at these text messages in that view, that would be right. But Jasmine and Jason communicated other ways.
They had phone conversations.
And in those and I'm sure you've regularly texted someone after you've had a telephone conversation. So that text message might seem random in a text message, but it might be relevant to a recent telephone conversation.
It's possible.
And so in this case, it might be a good idea to cross-reference the cell phone logs, the telephone logs between Jasmine and Jason, right?
Yes, I did.
And the text messages.
Yes.
And the jury can do that too.
Yes.
Sir. Thank you.
Jury, have any questions for Investigator Crawford? visitors asked if questions could be asked of Detective Crawford about previous testimony. Where we are on the trial, this witness was called for the limited purpose for what he was asked on direct. So your questions can certainly relate to what we talked to this time, but they would be outside the scope of any questions beyond that would be outside the scope. So I'm not enforcing on the able to ask any questions about Investigator Crawford's previous testimony. All right, investigator, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. If you could face the jury when answering, please.
Yes, sir.
Were the other cell phones and tablet the Pace family took from Jason Chen's apartment that were collected in the Pace residence submitted for forensic investigation? And again, we're talking about text messages this time around, so we're talking about text messages or conversations on other apps between Jasmine and Jason. So were any of the other cell phones and tablets the Pace family took from Jason Chen's apartment submitted for forensic investigation?
No, they were not.
Okay. If not, why not?
The items that were taken from Jason Chen's apartment, we had no way of verifying that those items had been in the apartment per se. There's a potential to extract them. Decision was made not to extract them at that time. We could verify, due to other circumstances, that some of the items that were taken were collected based on evidence that we had, such as the ID card, the credit cards, and such. We know that they cross-referenced to be the victim's phone based on the family's description of the phone and the device itself. So potentially were devices of Jason Chen's, or I don't know.
Do you know if any Arctic footage exists and was reviewed that shows Jasmine Pace visiting Jason Chen's apartment prior to November 22nd, 2022, and there's a specific date here, specifically November 18, 2022?
No. The simple answer is no. Due to the disappearance and the multiple contacts that we've had, our family members, friends that had Jasmine Pace, we knew her whereabouts prior to after the 23rd. And simply during the course of the investigation, we proved
Presuming that the state's testimony and again, I must remind you the admonition not to talk about the case, not to expose the media. With that, I hope you get a good night's rest. See you back tomorrow at 9. The last exhibit was exhibit 222. Please be seated. Therefore, we'll make exhibit 223. This letter you're wanting to write home. It's a personal letter, but since we do not allow communication unless it's been reviewed, both parties have looked at this letter, had no objection to the juror sending it to his wife, basically giving her comfort while it was gone. But for the appellate purposes, matters to take up before you see tomorrow.
I just need to understand timing. I had a person here ready to go, but I understand the state's moving on the case. I'm just trying to plan.
You have to have at least one more witness, correct?
We don't know, Your Honor. We haven't made that decision. I'll speak with Mr. Weiss about it, but we also would have multiple motions to take up, well, at least one motion to take up after the state rests. So it seems like there would need to be time anyways before a witness faces me.
You could have them 9:30 or 10, I think would be fine. I mean, talk to the state and see how long, if they call another witness, how long they anticipate that witness to last.
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else?
Yes, sir.
All right, see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. There's a recess at 9 a.m.
We'll see you tomorrow.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people